Hi, YouTube High VOD watchers, welcome back for one final hooray to Mandragora. This special episode at the end, where we're back after a couple weeks. We already beat the game, we beat Boss Guy, and last time we ended with 79 achievements. But I have been playing on my own for a bit, and I made a terrible mistake, and I got an achievement. I did get all rings, um, but if I'm not mistaken, sorry, and I got another achievement because it's hidden, so I couldn't track progress. So I got all rings by mistake because I wanted to live one, and I also got an achievement that I was gonna get because it has a tracker but it's hidden, which is kill 1,000 enemies in entropy. So those two are gone. Are done, and I'm going to change real quick to Steam, see if that works. So we'll cut to that in a second. Alright, so as I was saying, we have 81 out of 84 achievements, and here we go. I got Ring Collector by mistake. I wanted to live one, so this one was a mistake. But then I got River of Entropy, and this one I had to get because I had no way of knowing. Well, actually, I guess we can talk about it later, but there is a tracker in game that tells you how many enemies you have, how many entropic shades you have killed. But we were talking with Zell, and apparently at some point, not all entropic shades counted, because there's some entropic shades that are not technically in entropy. It's like near the Queen of Smiles. But I was checking that tracker very closely, and I did get this achievement as soon as I reached 1,000 in game. So hopefully that means that that's fixed and that's the intended way, and you can track the progress of this achievement easily with the in-game tracker. So River of Entropy, I could have also avoided, but I thought I would have to go to 1,400 or something, or no wait, to 1,200 or something, because I knew I had farmed over 100 near the Queen of Smiles. But no, so that was fine. I kind of wish I had known sooner, because then I would have kept farming near the Queen of Smiles, but whatever. So yeah, at 50 hours played, our only achievements left are reach level 100, 99 out of 100, kill 10,000 enemies, 9,990 out of 10,000, and collect all weapons, which is also a bit misleading because it's all weapons, all shields, and all relics, so all main hand and offhand items. So yeah, this is an update to achievements more than when we left off. I'll talk about these two in a bit in game, but yeah, I wanted to update you with the Steam page so you see the tracker is actually tracking correctly, and I'm not just coming up with me having more achievements than what I do. So yeah, let's go back to the game. And not only that, not only we're getting the ribbon tonight, all achievements on Steam, I am also very excited, very proud to announce, very happy to say that today we're joined by the one and only one of the devs of this game. True for real, we saw his name on the credits twice. Zeldrene. Hi, Zel.
Hey everybody. Honestly, it's an honor and privilege to finally have the game launched and be here. This is great.
So yeah, you might remember Zel from when we played the closed beta. He also was in voice chat, and you might remember him from being on stream several times because I love the guy and I never let him alone. I bother him like every once in a while. But He's also working in a solo dev project in an indie game by himself called Shira's Adventures. Um, Follow him on Twitch, I guess, and subscribe on YouTube for sure. Because there's some cool videos about the game, and I also have a VOD from a past stream where I played the second playtest of Shira's Adventure, and it was really fun. Completely different style from Mandragora, I gotta say. But yeah, and also we've played games together. He's been here in this room. I've been in his walls. I mean, in his house. I mean, no, actually, yeah, that's right. Um, and yeah, I don't know if I need to do any further presentation. Zal, you're cool. That's that's a summary, I think.
Thank you very much. That was a very humbling lead up, and yeah, thanks for the shout out.
So yeah, I guess we can start with pressing continue. Lemon. Um, but just like getting the the three achievements we're missing, and we can comment on some of the um choices. um, but no, some of the requirements and like I don't know, some trivia about the achievements or something, and then like talk about the game in general, development, anything that is not NDA breaking, anything that you can share, funny trivia, and then like what's it like to work on a dev team like this, etc. Um, so get ready. Hope you have prepared.
If you want me just yapping all night, you can just say the word because there's a lot of things that went into this project.
Yeah. So, um, actually, I guess. Okay, what do I want to be the last achievement? I guess the kill 10,000 enemies, right? That just feels fun. I mean, or or should the capstone be like reach level 100? I can choose. I can do whatever in whatever order. Um, I guess let's start with getting the final weapon, which is actually a shield.
Can I help?
So here we're going to craft. It's a shield. And here we go. So for these achievements, to get all weapons and to get all rings, there was a lot of farming materials, right? So let's see, let's double check that. Indeed, we got the achievement. Although I didn't see it in game. Like sorry, on stream. Could you see it? Last time, oop. Oh, sorry, I missed that. Welcome back. Could you see it on screen? Cause okay, hold on. Burp. All right, I did not change the configuration. Like the third-party overlay thing is on the capture. But I was checking the tapes and it didn't appear. So oh well, just believe me. I got everything and actually don't have to just believe me. There's also an in-game tracker for that, which is pretty cool. So here, and this also gives me a chance to talk about, well, as you can see, all the main hand items, so all the actual weapons, and then all the offhand items for relics and shields. So yeah, and the achievement did pop. And here's all rings too. Also 378 out of 338, that's still kind of broken. But here you can see I have 1004 entropic shades because yeah, I did kill like a couple more enemies. 4. After the achievement popped, and then like 9.99k enemies killed total, so we can get that very quick right now, and also level 99 and only a bit of experience. But you might be saying, how if you farmed 10,000 enemies? Well, I have 7 of these. And each one of these, like, buying one of these wastes 5k. So, like, I had so many. I have so much essence, and I just didn't want to lose it if I died while farming. Which would have been surprising, but, you know, just in case. Especially during the entry section. But yeah, for the farming, for entropy, I did this section here. So go to outskirts, change to entropy, and then like I think it was like a section like this. Like you're upside down, it's a bit annoying, but you can make it. And then like here there's like 8 enemies that you can deal with in like 20 seconds or something like that. It's not bad. The better option, and now that we know it counts, is go to Lighthouse, and there's like 5 enemies on this area, like a couple more here. I think the fastest way is just to focus on this 5 and then teleport back, and 5 and teleport back. Because like walking back in just for 2 is actually wasting time, or it's at a slower rate. So yeah, this is also probably my first recommendation. Although I want to say, hopefully, I guess these are tips and tricks for the most annoying achievements. Hopefully this guide becomes obsolete, deprecated, with a further update, because if the enemy requirement is so high, hopefully there's a better way to farm enemies in the future, because I doubt they can change the number. And well, the other option is play again with a different class, enjoy the full game again with a new perspective, and just like the achievement will pop eventually. I have not checked that it works like across saves, but I would guess so. I would hope so. And then for regular enemy farming, I did both Millhouse around here. Outside, I think there's 15 enemies that are very easy in very quick succession. Then there's also the monastery, which has like, wait, maybe this is the 15 enemies area. I can't remember exactly. But also like super easy one-hit kill, etc. And finally, here in the Wickham sewers, going right, there's like 10 enemies that are rads and imps, so also very quick to deal with. But in this case, I think also there's like 6 enemies super close together here, and then like there's 4 more after a bit, and it's faster to just kill 6 and teleport than it is to walk and kill 4 more. But yeah, it also depends like how much variety you want to have, like how much repetition and grindy you want to make it, because again, you can just start the game over and do it from there. But yeah, I guess we can go. We can check it out. Let's see if we get the achievement. So it's just 10 enemies. So I'm gonna demonstrate here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. As I was saying, 6 in very quick succession here. And there's 7 here. 8, 9. There it is. And it also didn't show up. I'm actually really annoyed. I might, okay, I'll do one thing. I'll close the game, I'll reset just in case, and let's see if we can get the final achievement like to pop on stream, because like what the fuck is happening now? So yeah, burp. Oh, actually, hold on. Okay, now burp. Hello, VOD watchers. Oh, what you didn't see. We found the root of the cause of the issue. What is an allowed 5 stream without technical difficulties and live debugging? Also, I'm on call, so hopefully nobody needs my services professionally of this kind. But yeah, the problem was that when I played Mandragora until now, I had an option that I wanted to bring up but didn't. So let's go here. I think it's here. Lock cursor to window was on by default, and I hated it because like it's so inconvenient to not be able to like have to press the Windows key to like lose focus and go around or like press other hotkeys and so on. So I turned it off. Completely forgot that this was a thing because like I think we talked about it during the beta. And then I turned it off for the grind, and it was very convenient, etc. And today I obviously like clicked on the game and then like clicked on OBS and chat and like Steam and the achievements and whatever. Like, oh, and obviously the Stream Deck to count the trophies, right? To add one. So every time I clicked outside of the game, losing focus, OBS does not capture, because it's a window capture with overlay, not just a full screen capture. It does not capture the pop-ups, the toasts, the Steam overlay if it's not focused. So we have finally tested it. We have seen that I basically have to be like, it's like having this on basically, but I'll keep it off because it's convenient, but I have to remember I have to click on the game to be focused on the game for these things to appear. So hopefully this works. We can go back to the witch tree. We can do it on any thing, or like I think this is like our main base, so it's fitting. So we'll get all of this. That's 210k. And now, for the moment of truth, double checking that I am indeed... Oh, clicking is also like pressing space. And I indeed... Oh! I forgot you can do that. I am indeed focused. Let's get the final achievement and the ribbon on Steam for Mandragora. Here we go. There it is. There it is. We got them all. Let's fucking go. And now we can get like 2 more levels, because that's what grinding does. And I guess, I don't even know what I want to get here, but like, we could get shit like... Wait, institution. Yippee! And yeah, like I have 3 more points that I could invest somewhere, I suppose, into like being able to use all the things, maybe like... Right, just to experiment around. Alright. But yes, I will prove in game that we have the ribbon. And again, hopefully the little tips and tricks guide of where to farm and all that becomes obsolete, and these achievements get easier to get. Because let me tell you, 10,000 enemies is not fun. um, but yeah, some of these counters are like completely off. But yeah, I mean, the other thing was to get all rings, to get all weapons, you need to get a lot of materials. And I will amend, because like, last time, I don't know what I was grinding. I think it was mithril for rings or weapons or something. I think what I did was killing the enemies here, hoping that they would drop mithril ore. But like, there's a rock here and another one here that are guaranteed to drop mithril ore in higher quantities. I don't know how long do they take to respawn. It's not just like teleporting away and back, because like it wasn't back that soon. Back so soon. But yeah, obviously like this one is for mithril. I think there's one here. For the Baksusun. I think these are Elementite. I can't remember, but like some of these are like they're fixed, right? Like some of these are tin or tin. Some are copper. The monastery one I think is copper. There's some iron. There's like these are set ores that you can get, right? And same thing, like to gather wood, to gather herbs, it's better to just go to the places. To gather leather, I think the only way is wolves. Or like the most reliable way is wolves. So for heavy leather, you can go here. I can't remember. Like black wolves here are heavy leather. The freezing wolves around here are medium, I think, and the wolves at the start of the game are light leather. But yeah, farming materials was a bit annoying, but it was like more reasonable, because like it was like, let's farm this, then that, I need this, then craft, then like get this thing. It was a bit like more entertaining. Just grinding enemies over and over was not fun. Like it was just like a mindless thing to do, and to get the ribbon of the game, because like, oh, 2 achievements away, like might as well, right? But and also like it's Mandragora, a friend has worked on it. I wanted to. But yeah, those numbers are absolutely wild, and even if they can be justified with like multiple playthroughs and so on, like I don't know. Anyway, this is it for Mandragora, my Mandragora playthrough, and getting all achievements and the ribbon and like tips and whatever. Hopefully there is more updates with more quality of life improvements and more things. Oh, another recommendation I can say is make sure you don't sell weapons or rings. Make sure, because like there's no way of knowing if you already have it except going back to your card. So from here, you can only see if you have it. Like, I tracked them because I had them on my inventory. Now I've sold some, but like, if I had them like in inventory 1, I knew that I had them. If they were in inventory 0, it meant that I never had them. And the other helpful thing was everything I sold to Ulfar. So I think I did sell a couple of weapons before realizing that I would have to buy them all. So I had them here, like I could buy them back, and that was fine. That was it. Besides that, well, as you can see, I defeated a couple of fiery guys, let's say. Um, and I guess for experience farming, there's or essence, there's a ring that gives you 10% more, and then there's this checkpoint here and this one here that apparently wasn't there before, according to negative reviews on Steam. Which I guess we can also talk about that. But yeah, here you have like two big fellows, fiery guys, and a warlock kind of guy. Um, they give like over like 800 and 1,000, I think. Um, and then like with 10% more, it's like 880 and 1,100 or something like that. Um, these are pretty good, but um, I guess I don't know if it's with my build or because like they're immune to bleed, or if it will be a thing for everyone. The fiery armored guys are very tough and take long to defeat. So taking even if each one is over 1,000 essence, it takes way much longer than defeating like a couple magic guys because those go down in 3-4 swings. So my recommendation is actually the inside of the building is not that bad, especially if you start up and make your way down. But I think it's even better if you just start here and go across, because there's like just one fiery guy for the one like big chunk of 1,000 experience, but then there's like a magic guy here, like a couple here, another one here, um, and then there's also like smaller armored guys which also give like over 500. There's a couple imps that for quick essence. There's some books that also fall super quickly. So I think the essence gain rate was bigger here, like on the top of like near the throne room than it was like around here. But I might be wrong. I didn't science it or anything. Like I did time the farming time for 10,000 enemies. I didn't time or count like all the essence because I was like, okay, I got to level 95 or whatever, and I still need to kill like 4,000 enemies more. Let me actually focus on numbers of enemies, um, instead of big essence numbers, right? I think I changed at level 96, 7 or so. Because I was like, wait, what am I doing? I can do it 2 for 1. And yeah, basically that's it. I'm interested in trying like other builds, like Chaos, I guess has more range attacks, because this is basically just like melee. I liked combining it because like I didn't use the shield at all, so this was fine, and now I can use this because spending magic now charges that. But I think like my adrenaline, bleed, heal with bleed, and like bleed chance and critical with bleed and so on, like it was such a good synergy, and I also tried it in the beta that I wanted to go for that. But yeah, it's definitely like a big game to explore, like all different possibilities and so on. And honestly, it was very worth it to like once this um already had a good amount of skills, move into fire, because like some of these are really good, like reviving at 50% health when you die with an explosion, like every 5 minutes. Great thing. And also probably my favorite, um and probably the one that avoided the most deaths for me, your most recent damage taken is dealt to you over 5 seconds instead. So even things that would kill you, you see your health bar go down. and you can heal during that, and you can like hit an enemy to heal for a bleed, or especially the second part, weapon attacks against the attacker reduce the pending damage. So something that would have killed you, if you attack who would have killed you, you survive. It's insane. Um, but yeah, some of these, and also like the side of a skill tree synergizes really well with the skill tree um, next door, like um, adjacent to it. So keep that in mind, and also that these two nodes are connected. As you can see, there's a line there. So again, these three abilities that synergize pretty well usually with the adjacent tree can be accessed through this side. And as you can see, this side here is not connected with this, so I got this one, and this one by unlocking fire, but I got these ones that I was talking about and praising by coming from Vanguard. I also looked at, the other side, but like light barrier, I wasn't too sure. Like it might be really good and super powerful, and I'm missing out. Um, but it didn't, you know, catch my attention as much. Um, and then yeah, no, like nothing on light or wild. So these two might be like a good second playthrough to explore. Um, Assassination also feels like something that I would enjoy. Um, I only got like just some, um, toxic and a couple abilities here. And then chaos, I really enjoyed the beam, but I didn't invest in at all. So yeah. And it was the other one that wasn't in demo, so. But yeah, there's other things like maxing everyone here is also kind of annoying, because like giving them all diagrams doesn't bring them like remotely close. But yeah, also like I don't know, these are cool, um, but it feels like not much sometimes. Like I guess you can't have that many mandrakes. Um, and the upgrades here feel like you have to focus on a couple of abilities that you like and upgrade those two. That's about it. But yeah, I don't know. That's about me. That's about it for me ranting and finishing and completing and ribboning the game. Now, for I think something more interesting, and hopefully Zell has not fallen asleep yet. I see him chatting in chat. But yo, Zell, wanna come back here?
Yo.
So, hello again. You have left me to my ramblings during the 100% completion. But do you have anything that you wanna say like right off the bat, or should we do like a proper question answer interview, or do you have some talking points, trivia, things that you can and cannot say?
Well, I have like a lot of behind the scenes or background info because, of course, some of that I can even talk about. Or I have some fun facts. I can also tell you about like my journey at the company and my roles in things, like whatever you want. Like I would have you ask any specific questions if you have any, and then I can give you some cool trivia or something.
Okay, then let's start with that last thing. Maybe, well, not the trivia, the a bit of a personal question. So let's put the game aside and focus on you, my guy. So, what did you do in Mandragora? How did you start out in Primal Games Studio? How, like, I don't know if you want to go like as far back as the hiring process, but like, what was your role? Where did you end up? Like, what have you contributed to in the game?
Yeah, so I joined in 2022, I think,
That
in May,
so like last
early
month.
May somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
And so I started as QA because I knew I wanted a job as a game dev somewhere. So I was just working some at administration jobs somewhere that I didn't like, and then I joined in whatever position they would accept me, which was QA at the time that was open.
Wait, God says you're a bit quiet.
Oh, well,
No, no, give me a second.
apologies.
There we go.
Gone. Can you hear me now proper?
I mean, I see the OBS bar, and it seems to be
I'm always a
fine,
bit
so-
quiet, which is fine by me.
Whoops! OBS has crashed.
Well,
Don't
just
click
don't
yes
press
or
OK.
no. The whole stream is quiet for me. That might
Well,
have
that
one
explains
solution.
it.
Um, but yeah, sorry. You started on QA.
Yeah, I just joined as QA. A fun piece of info of like, first time I went into the office, it was our QA lead who sat me down in front of the game for the first time. And the first piece of the level I ever played was when you arrive on Bear Island and there's the ferryman boss.
Yes.
And that boss was the first thing I ever played. So I was placed in front of him with however many talent points to spend. And
This guy.
yeah, and they just told me like, hey, pick, you have like, I don't know, 30 talent points. Make a build, like read through the talent tree, make a build and go. And then I opened the talent tree and I was like, holy shit, what? This is a lot of things. And then they told me, yeah, this is one of the however many.
Oh, so it was
But
just that, like, one of the pages? Like,
yeah, it was the Flame Weaver page. That
oh.
was the first one I think that had like working talents and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Because this class, like the Flame Weaver, was our first class that was playable, like in playtests, in closed betas and stuff.
Mm.
That you might find footage of online for those who were invited and stuff. So the whole Vampire Castle and the Flame Weaver class was the first thing that was really like the first vertical slice to test the game with. And so that's what I played with. And I entered the Ferryman fight, and I didn't know how to dodge or attack or what my buttons did. So I died a few times, but I got pretty close to killing him, I think. Like 2 or 3 attempts. And then they were just cheat kill the boss. Okay, move on for the rest of the level. But yeah, it was already like in very similar state of polish, like the level itself. And all the enemies that are now on the beginning of Bear Island were there, so that part was kind of already built pretty well, and that was a reference point to continue building the game in both directions, like towards early game and late game. So we kind of started in the middle, had a medium level, like mid-level character with some enemies, and just found the fun there, made the polish there, and then continued branching and expanding the game in both directions. So I think that was a cool approach, but I was not on the team yet when that was done.
Hmm.
So I already saw it in like an almost finished state.
Yeah, so, well, I guess that design decision of starting mid-game and then expanding both ways was done before you joined, but that made me think, like, how long before you joined did they start making Mandragora? Like, how long had they been developing this before you joined? Do you know?
Uh, I know. I think approximately what I remember is like full on development was 5-ish years. So I joined for the last 3,
Yeah, I guess
probably.
2022 to 2025.
Yeah.
Um,
Well, actually, wait, no. Is that 4 years? It's 22, 23, 24, and now 25. But
well, but when did you
yeah, it
join
was
in
like
22?
3 and a bit. In like May. So like 3 years and a month.
Yeah, but I guess the game released in April, so 3 years minus a month to
True.
release.
Yeah.
But you've kept, you as the team, y'all have kept releasing updates and improving the game, and it shows. um, so yeah, I guess 3 years and a month. Um, and before that, it was 5-ish years more.
No, like total, I think
Okay.
5 years. I mean, the pre-concept and whatever phases were like
Hmm.
almost 8 or something, but the actual production I think was 5. My give or take 1 year.
Yeah, so like you've been there for half or a bit more of production.
Yeah, it's crazy to think because when I first played, I saw the game in that whole level slice that I was playing. I was like, this is almost finished. Like I'm here for the last 1 year,
Hmm.
and then, oh boy, the game expanded so much and had so many systems and levels and story and everything added afterwards
What was
that
the
I
what was the story like at that point? Like, was the main beats like the same? Were they the same that early on, or did they change to expand to like a longer game?
well, since we have Brian Mitsoda as a dedicated writer
Hmm.
who wrote the story more recently than when I joined the company, we had the basic skeleton of the story, so we knew like some of the main characters and like the factions and some locations and everything. But the actual story and quest text and side quests and all of that, I think, was added later.
Hmm.
But because I wasn't involved in on the writing half of the game, like that part of the project, I'm not sure when
Hmm.
it was all written, but I think it was more recently.
Gotcha. Yeah. I mean, first off, I guess if someone just like jumps because they say dev interview, um, we have finished in 100% the game, so we're gonna go full spoilers of like characters and twists and whatever. Like we're gonna talk who the final boss is, um, and like what happens during the game. Um, so things like um, finding the witch, and then like finding out that Mandragora is in you, and then the change to actually helping the witches because oh no, evil, obvious evil guy is evil. Um, like did that, like the main beats of like King Priest is gonna be the final boss. Um, you basically turn like switch sides kind of early on, but like after main quest, then there's that's Brer Island. Like it's your second like big objective that is still by the King Priest, but then like it turns out the vampire is a friend too and whatever. Um, and then like I don't know the forest and the other witch and King Priest, or did any of that? If you know, I mean, I know it's not like your territory per se, but like as the game expanded, like gameplay wise, did any main quest, not just side quests or anything, like change in a significant way, or was it always I don't know, King Chris sends you to the swamp, you discover like Piper betrayal, then Necromancer and Branween, then Bear Island and Vampire, then fucking Marionettes and Tom Mistress. Um, then like to the other side of the map. No wait, there's the dragon first, right, and then like um the the forest and wolf witch lady, and then the sleepwalker and king priest. Especially like because some of those story beats tie together with abilities unlocked, like when you unlock entropy, like the lantern, when you unlock the wings, the second jump, the grapple hook, etc. Like, um, was that always like planned out with that order and those beats, or do you know if it changed significantly as like, I don't know if those abilities were always pre-planned or some of them were also like incorporated after, and that's why the glide is so fucking late into the game. I don't know.
I mean, I'm pretty sure the movement abilities were in and already made when I joined.
Hmm.
About the story, I think the main story beats were in place in that like broad overview or outline that we had before
Hmm.
the actual writing was all done. So I think like King Priest and the witches and you starting as an Inquisitor, changing sides, all that, I'm pretty sure was preset. But that is just a guess because of what I've seen of the game at that point. Like the levels, the
Hmm.
missions that were in progress, work in progress, even back then, had already had the places for these characters to be in later and stuff. So I'm pretty sure that the outline of the story was not changed much since then. But I'm pretty certain that a lot of side quests and side NPCs
Hmm.
and like these little flavor things, like the you know on the mountaintop citadel, on the Dracodon citadel, there's the camp with that like farseer lady or whoever, the shaman lady who wants you to bring her the eye of a dragon.
Yes.
Like her specifically and like her little camp of like nomadic,
Hmm.
these people who are just like making up, setting up camp there. Like those specific side NPCs and the merchants and stuff, those were probably not in yet.
Hmm.
Uh, but I could be wrong. But I think we were more high level on the story of just the most important like 6, 7 main character and
Hmm.
10 most important story beats, and then flesh out the rest as you go.
Yeah, no, I was just curious because like the story seems like you plan it from the beginning, like forward, and then like this. It was just because you mentioned how like you, the start of development was more mid game and then expanding both ways, but you still had like at least a plan for the narrative, or they had an overview for the narrative that was progressive, and it wasn't just like let's see what happens before and what happens after.
I mean, this is completely like me guessing.
Okay.
So this is not in any kind of company, like knowledge, or I'm not actually speaking in the name of the people who worked on this. But I think the Vampire Castle might have been selected as a starting point because the vibe was so unique.
Mm.
Like you always had city and swamp and forest and whatever. Like a Vampire Castle was, I think, very close to one of the main inspirations of the game, which was Castlevania Symphony of the
Mm.
Night, which was a game about vampires in a castle and stuff. So I think that original inspiration, plus the fact that it was kind of a unique setting, less common at least than Swamp,
Mm.
uh, that was just a great starting point to set the tone of the game and the visual language and all of that stuff. And then because it was also just happened to me at the middle point of the game, I think it was kind of a match made in heaven of like selecting that as the starting point was just, I think, the right call.
Mm. Also, I just thought, um, when I was reading the Kickstarter higher tier rewards. There's one where like you become a portrait or something, and it's like, well, I guess like this is where they are. So.
Yeah, I think you would have become like an actual illustrated portrait on a wall somewhere.
I mean, there's several characters like vampire, the vampire family or whatever that it's kind of funny on the background
Yeah,
art and
those
stuff.
those are not our backers. Our backers are way more handsome.
Oh,
I don't know if anyone actually ended up selecting that tier.
mm,
Like, I'm actually not sure. They might have became like I know there were people. I think. Yeah, look at me being so confident. I think there were people who selected the become an NPC,
yeah.
like name or design your own NPC or something.
Uh
I'm
huh.
pretty sure that some NPCs in the game are designed by backers.
Hmm.
But the portraits, I don't think we have backer portraits.
Okay. That's interesting. And yeah, I also wanted to say like Castlevania, the original Vania of Metroidvania. Um, I think it is Symphony of the Night, right? Like the original one that is with Metroid. What
Well,
forged
Castlevania
it?
as a whole series, but like I think the most popular one might have been Symphony of the Night.
Hmm. Um, but yeah. So after the castle and QA, like you progressed and you changed roles, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's a it depends, you know. It's a complicated topic. So, you know, once QA, you'll always be a QA. That's
Mm-hmm.
one thing. The other is design work is 70% QA because you write a design and then it gets implemented in first iteration and you're like, you test it. Things don't work, things need fine tuning, fixing, tweaking, test it again, iterate, test again. So the initial design of like, let's say I come up with a spell and then that's in 2 hours I write like a documentation, a detailed technical design document of how that should function and what elements it should have, and then weeks, sometimes months, until it gets in a polished state where it's actually final. And that's just a bunch of testing, fixing.
Hmm.
So yeah, like design work is still like 70% QA. But yeah, I did move on, like officially I did move on to hybrid for like half a year, probably. So I was like, half of my shift was specifically QA targeted, the other half was more design,
Mm-hmm.
and then it kind of just got into full-time design at the end. So basically I went from 100% QA to 85 to 70.
Um. So can you tell us like what kind of things you design or like what are some things that you see in the game that is like I contributed to that or like this started with an idea and this is what it's become. Uh, some of your like personal touch that you see in the final product. I know it's a team effort. I know like obviously ideas come from different places and they get combined and they get iterated and tested and so on. But I remember in the closed beta, you talked about the haunted house that Piper sends you to, which I don't know if you were here for that stream, but in the final game, I did that quest before his boss fight, just to get something different. And we literally got the "You're back," but that's impressive.
Yeah,
Uh,
I was here when
okay.
you did that.
But yeah, anything like that that we can like pinpoint, like, yo, Zello moment, like the fucking. I mean, you mentioned the spells, and there was I think there was a stream that you weren't here that I was like, Zo. It's like you did that, but I don't know.
Wait, I
Obviously,
wasn't here on that one.
think it was
Do you know which one that
I
was?
think it was a name of a skill or. Oh, the Will of the Wisps. Probably.
Oh, as like the enemy or
Yeah.
oh that was not me. Any
Yeah.
names are not. That wasn't me.
And I think there was another. I remember because Shadow Wisp. Um.
Oh, did you find the the spell?
What spell? Summon Imp?
Uh, no. It's one of the spells on the Wild Warden class. I don't know if you've tried those.
No. Shield Charger.
No, that was in the game before
Yeah.
before me.
Arbiter, I remember this one, I think. You really were.
Yeah, that was. I think that was straight up just inspiration from Wretched Deadlock for me. The team was like, okay, sure, let's go with that name. I know that because Ratchet and Clank Deadlock was the first game where I saw that word in my life.
Hmm.
Oh, I think you found it.
I think I found it. It's a plasma storm. I mean, coil.
Yeah, kind of. Well, that's for your Warden playthrough if you ever have one.
I mean, I just unlocked. I just unlocked. Fuck. The ability to wield these. So let's see.
Oh, really?
Oh. Oh. Not exactly what I expected.
It's not the same. It's recommended to use it with a group of enemies and stuff, but and to upgrade it, of course.
Well, yeah. I mean, I have 4K entropic thingamajiggers. Okay, come down here, bitches. Ooh.
Yeah, so the trick with this one is the travel range is short, but it extends for every enemy it hits. So like if you can send it through a whole room. And of course when you upgrade it, it gets bigger. And it deals like zap damage and gets shock mod and everything. I don't want to spoil the fun, so you know, if you care you can check that out.
I see, I see. But yeah, this is like almost force lightning, which is really funny. Rake. Oh.
I'm not even sure where the name of that came from.
Plasma Storm, I mean Storm Call.
Yeah, there's a lot of lightning. It's interesting, like a fact about this class is this was the forces of nature kind of class originally, and so you had like lightning and earth and fire, but that
Except
already has a class, so like it kind of just stayed lightning and like earth magic and like spirit stuff.
But yeah, sorry. I guess one specific thing is the not plasma storm. But also you mentioned like names of some of the spells, some of the skills.
Yeah, well, most player skills that you see there are iterations of things that I came up with. like as you said as well, these went through a lot of iteration and brainstorming. So of course, like none of these were I've written the ability
Hmm.
design and then it's in the game in that same exact way. So of course there's a lot of input and discussion among the team, and then we come up with a better overall version of the original concept. But
Hmm.
most spell upgrades and talents that you see in the game for the Warden, the Spellbinder, the Vindicator, and the Nightshade, I was like heavily involved in because I
Wait,
could
hold on.
just not stop coming up with ideas for
Which
things.
which ones?
So anything except the fire and the red one.
Oh, so Vindicator, Wild Warden, Nightshade, and Spellbinder.
Yeah, like the majority of these talents and their skills and their skill upgrades were my ideas, then iterated,
Mm-hmm.
you know, as a team, of course.
Of course. Yeah, I.
So how?
Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead.
No, please.
So I was, I could not stop designing things. I just wanted to make abilities and talents and item bonuses and stuff like that, because that's like a part of games that I really enjoy.
Hmm.
And I constantly had like documents full of spell ideas and talents and whatever else. And then when we actually got to, okay, the Flameweaver class and the playtesting and stuff is done, time to branch out the game, uh, start thinking about ability ideas. And I was already raising my hand, like, I have like 300 of them written up. And, the meetings were usually just me presenting a large like list, and then everybody voted of like obviously 90% of what you come up with doesn't end up
Mm-hmm.
making it into the game, but like these four classes I was heavily involved
Hmm.
in designing and testing and everything.
Such a wonder that you progressed into design like that, huh?
Yeah, I mean, I would assume that part of why I was like moved over slowly, like soft shifted, was probably because if there was a design task that they needed input with, I was like, volunteering.
Uh-huh.
But also I constantly like I did not leave our design leads alone. Like I know those who were working in office from the design lead team, staying in late hours after work shifts and everything.
Hmm.
I just kept walking up. His name, like the English equivalent of his name is Stephen, and I
Yeah.
kept walking up to him evenings where I was also in the office personally. I was like, hey, I have these new ideas. Uh, it was like, cool, cool. Write these up in documents because like we want, all the ideas are cool and everything appreciated. So they were very open to my ideas, which I'm,
Hmm.
always grateful for. Because, and this is, I don't want to go on a tangent, but this team was really good in the sense that they listened to input from everybody on the team. So it's not like this is design. Nobody
Hmm.
has a say in this except designers. Like if somebody from like let's say the VFX team is like, hey, this ability is kind of unfair for this gameplay reason, or this weapon playstyle feels weak or something, or I want that option to rebind this in the menus somewhere, then we always took all the feedback and discussed it, and that also of course expands to player feedback. But that's how I got a lot of my ideas through to the team, is because they were open to that.
Hmm.
And then eventually they just moved me right on the design team and just saved an extra step of me having to look up a designer who then forwards the suggestions to the rest of the designers.
Yeah, no, but it's cool that there wasn't like a kind of elitism of like considering themselves the developers and QA is just like to test. Um,
Yeah, definitely. Like I was in QA, and I that's why I was like, what do I know? And that's not saying that what does QA know. It's just me who joined two
mhm.
weeks ago. Like, what do I know about what should be put in the game and stuff? So I spent like the first months getting really familiar with the game, of course, and then slowly suggestions and new ideas. I kept creeping them in more and more. And it's like the strategy of like tiring out your opponent, and
War
then
of
they let you win.
attrition.
Yeah, it's like just stop talking to me about your ideas and just make them. The funny thing was that while this all was going on, I was of course working on my personal projects, like home,
Hmm.
and that's when I kind of realized I'm doing game design like 15 hours a day, and that might not be healthy. And then not a single thing changed in the last 3 years.
This might not be healthy. Anyway.
Yeah, because when you think like, okay, I should stop like thinking so much about games and
Hmm.
just relax,
To playing
and then you
games.
start relaxing. You start relaxing, and then suddenly a cool idea comes into your head.
Hmm.
And when you get excited for that, you can't just like not write it down and just keep laying outside on the grass. Like, hell no. Go back in the room, boot up Unreal Engine, start making video game.
Yeah, it's really funny. Like when jobs have the creative side, right? Um, and you enjoy that part because the brain never stops, and you suddenly can come up with ideas, and um, obviously like saving miles of distance, but um, it's always been funny to me to go to the office, code, and do like programming stuff for hours, and then like getting back home and coding like a rack mod or something, you know? Like,
Yeah, I think that's the exact same thing for you. The only downtime I had in that time where I was like, because now I work mostly remote,
hmm.
like vast majority remote. But when I used to go into the office multiple times a week, the only time I wasn't actually working on games was like when commuting on public transport. Because I'm not one to just take out my phone and start like typing on the
Hmm.
small screen and shit. I was just staring out the window, and that was the only time my mind rested.
Well, I guess like,
But yeah, I don't want to go back to that. I'd like to be completely over exhausted mentally.
but like, have you found a better, not like I was gonna say a better balance, but like not that the brain stops thinking, but more like you have time for your own, like just to play or just to meet up with friends or just to like um I know you also exercise a lot, so I guess like again the brain doesn't stop, but like you can do other things, and it's not just like consciously constantly focusing, like your main focus is not the same thing for 15 hours a day, right? And also gone, it's like at 15 hours daily adding up, um company, like actual job, and game development at home.
Yeah, that it's important to note that this is voluntary, like completely. They're not holding me at gunpoint. Like this was legit. I just came home and I wanted to do more about Mandragora or the other projects.
Yeah, no, I mean still 15 hours a day of the same thing, even if it's like Mandragora and Shira or whatever. um Especially because like if you're supposed to sleep if you're supposed to sleep 8 hours, then you have like one to eat, shower, um, I don't know, change, um, do adult shit in life, which sucks, like laundry, cooking, cleaning, etc. I know weekends exist, but you know.
Yeah, there's this eating thing that everybody keeps talking about. I don't know what that was, but no, it's like of course there's a healthy balance, and anytime I feel like it's too much, like I'm doing too much of it, I like chill and take back a little bit. So I'm not saying there aren't times where I'm not like overwhelmed mentally
Hmm.
because of how much I do voluntarily, but I enjoy it. Like I wouldn't go back to it constantly otherwise.
Hmm. Well, I guess this is more of me as a friend rather than the oh, I have a dev here to talk to make sure you don't burn out and overwhelm yourself or like put too much pressure on your own shoulders.
Hey, you know what they say? I'm here for a good time, not for a long time. That's terrible advice, kids.
Real. But I heard when it's, I mean,
You know, my favorite advice ever from a kids movie was uh, dream smaller, it leads to less disappointment from the Ratchet and Clank movie. That one spoke to me.
not on the Ratchet and Clank movie. And then you have the specific goals are achievable goals in Rift Apart, which I get the intent, like I get it, but at the same time, you can have like very specific, like impossible, wild shit. But anyway.
Yeah, I want to be a TikTok influencer with 1 million followers. Yeah, I didn't mean to derail the thing with, the design team and everything.
No, 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 it's fine. Um, that's what we're here for. So yeah, no, the question was more than anything because like, you can talk. I did QA and then design, um, but thinking about not just the average player or listener, but also like for me and everyone, like what does that translate to in like a tangible thing or like a thing that we might have experienced. And again, um, not to say obviously that this is super compartmentalized and you did one thing that you can see like from start to end, only your contribution, but more like what you said, like um these classes, the spells, this kind of thing, like what in the broad spread of like design as a concept, like what does that translate to in the game we played. Like what more than what have you done, like what is yours, like where were your contributions, like just to make sure that it wasn't misunderstood as
Yeah, so, I maybe using the phrase that my hand was deeply involved in is a good phrase. So the player skills, that I mentioned, and the talents, the upgrades, like majority, if not all upgrades for
like this
all
ones.
the player skills. Yeah, the actual upgrades to the skills themselves.
Witch
And then I
lantern
had,
or no?
no, no, not the Witch Lantern. Witch Lantern is tooltips was me, but most tooltips in the game was me.
Oh,
Uh, like spell descriptions, talent
like the
descriptions,
green
consumable
the
items.
green text, yeah.
Yeah, those.
So like
It was mostly like just to have like a concise phrasing and
hmm,
writing style and abbreviations and stuff like that.
gotcha. So like the effect was already set, but like the writing.
Yeah, it was like minus 50% dark area drain, like whatever was the temporary text, or like the Phoenix talent, the
Yeah.
revive with half health when taking, like when dying or something. it was just, for testing. It was a placeholder text, and I fancified like most things to be full sentences, but still I tried to make them as brief
Hmm.
with only like necessary information. So like a fun little background info here is how do you come up with what to include and what not to include, like the range of an AoE explosion. Like, do I need to know how big this is? Do I need to know what element of damage it does? Well, that one you probably do want. Can you deal critical strikes? That should be like a global rule. Like, can talents that damage do deal critical strikes or not? And then I was also, that's another like mini segue. I was involved in setting a lot of these effects to be able to deal critical strikes and be defendable by shield enemies and stuff like
Hmm.
that. But yeah, so most tooltips that you see on consumable items as well, which are just like restores whatever health. Like, wow, what a difficult job. But yeah, it's mostly like to have that united or unified style of text. Your maximum health, and health is always capitalized.
Hmm.
Maximum isn't. And it's never like increases your maximum health by this, or your maximum health is increased by this. There's
Hmm.
multiple ways to write something. And the reason why I took most of these and did them as one person is so that they're all in the same style and like sentence structure and boring stuff nobody cares about. But yeah,
No,
most tooltips I was
yeah. I mean,
I was
consistency
involved in.
is hard.
Yeah, like World of Warcraft was one of my, like, when you put something on the wall, so you see it every day and you try to avoid doing that. It's like, don't do this, whatever you do. So World of Warcraft, fantastic game. I played it so many thousands of hours, but their tooltips over 20 years are so wildly different
Hmm.
with how they capitalize things. Sometimes they say critical, sometimes they say crit, sometimes they
Hmm.
say second, sometimes it's just an S, sometimes it's sec. So, there's a lot of different formats because probably like 50 different people worked on them over
Hmm.
20 years. And I just wanted it to be, it's a smaller scope game, obviously, than the giant that is World of Warcraft. I wanted to make sure that it's unified, like the style of writing everywhere. And so tooltips feel like they're written by the same people, because in some games you get that feeling that not all quests or names or tooltips are written by the same people.
Yeah. I mean, this was a thing that um I think it was actually Bogdan at Media Molecule mentioned during one of the streams. Um, but especially because in the case of Dreams, it was even worse because they were talking also about localization. Because like they did basically a game engine with a game inside a game with like the play side and the create side. So like all the different tools and gadgets and like connections and types of um like the groups inside like the configuration pages and so on of all the different microchips and gadgets and so on, like all of those had to be consistent because like you have people coming flushed um
I
like
wasn't gonna be the one to say it.
um you have people like that have probably or like that might have never created games before and it has to be approachable and so on, but it also has to be like, okay, I've seen this concept before and I'm seeing it somewhere else, like it has to be exactly the same. And they talked about how it is already a challenge like when you develop the game like in one language, like when you're developing it to make sure that um that you're referencing the same thing by the same name all the time, so like other things, and also like one thing has to have one name all the time, and it can never, like another thing cannot have the same name sometimes, like it has to have distinct definitions and like naming conventions and so on, because it's even harder when after that comes localization, and the localization team might like is not as involved with the development and the reasoning behind things. So if they see two words that are really really similar, they might cross translate, or they might reference one when it's the other, or they might be some like cross pollination of the concepts, or misunderstanding. And I have the example that I always bring up with this, because I don't know if it was a thing in Little Big Planet, but there's a gadget, um, which is the look at rotator. So it was a gadget already in Little Big Planet. I don't know if the translation was wrong in Little Big Planet 2, but in Dreams in Spanish, the look at rotator, it's like a look at kind of rotator. It's a rotator that looks at something. So it rotates the object it's attached to look at another reference. In Spanish, it was translated to mirar al rotador, which is to look at the rotator. So, like, it's looking towards the rotator instead of the rotator being like rotating towards what you're looking at. It's like the inverse thing. And then the tooltip I think was right, like it explained what it did, but it was funny how the name of the thing was like completely opposite of what it did. So yeah, you could see how that was translating, like a localizing team not like being part of, or obviously not as involved into what everything does. They're probably just given like a list of terms that they have to translate, and hopefully it makes sense in a vacuum, you know.
Yeah, that's always a big thing in localization, and that's why like most people who work with localizations, I'm pretty sure it's you have like the database of the raw text, and then you have a context column which like says this is a player stat, by the way. It's not an enemy name. It's like just you. And so there is still a lot of guesswork on the side of localization of what certain things could be. But that is also part why I thought it was important to make the English tooltip, which everybody used as a base for translation. Because, you know, even though we're a Hungarian based studio, and we all speak Hungarian because we are all Hungarians, except, you know, our partners from abroad, which definitely we also worked with. But like the core studio, like the design team, they're all Hungarian, but all the tooltips and text and design documents are all in English, so that it provides a good base for the translators to work off of. And if I try to make the tooltip as clear and final as possible, so like a player could see this in the game and it would be okay. If I try to make something that is easy to understand, then probably the localization teams will also be able to understand what the tooltip describes and then translate it. They don't have to ask questions of what does this actually describe? Like, what does it do? Like, does it explode first and then it burns enemies, or do the burning enemies explode? Like, what does this say actually? So, you know, I try to be obvious with the tooltips so that they're also easier to translate later. So yeah, just the tooltips. I was involved in a lot of like final English text, minus the quest and narrative text. So like the user settings, like what is quick buy do? Like what is the setting? And then, you know, the small description is like,
So things
those are
like
also.
the glossary.
Yeah, the glossary was also written mostly by me. I mean, what you see now, like final text, it was written all by me.
Gotcha.
Some of the entries were there, just with different text, and so I unified all those as well and expanded them a bit and formatted them to be the same style as everything else.
Gotcha.
Because, you know, like one style of writing tooltips is not better or worse than another. What was important is that they just
Consistency.
all match each other. Yeah, just internal consistency.
Also, sorry, but in selling these, you can see like my farming.
Yeah,
There's
I think same thing here. If I go to one of my vendors, it's just like 40 sets of Fire Sentinel armor and Zealot robes.
oh, here we go. Boy, I sure love the. Well, actually, if I sell max, it's just one, right? Yeah, that's a bit annoying that it's just like the one.
Oh, you
Like,
don't have quick sell enabled that I just mentioned. Oh, it's so
oh.
convenient. And I was the one asking for that feature. What a segue into me saying that I worked on a lot of quality of life requests and stuff.
Also, it's so weird that action queuing can be turned off. Like, that's usually under the hood and always on.
It is always on, but I think it's on or reduced or something. Because we never wanted to turn it off
Hmm.
completely because that just feels bad. Also, the quick sell is in the very first tab if you're looking for that one.
Yeah. I- This one was really cool too. This one, really annoying that the default was changed to the newest. There we go.
Yeah, I didn't really understand that one either.
Also, this one I discovered while farming. It was funny, like, sure, why not?
Oh yeah, I keep forgetting we have follower pets in the game. I just like played like I don't know how many dozens of hours this week for testing, and then I saw somebody else on the team play, and they had a pet I never seen before, and I was like, right, we added that pet like 4 months ago.
It's also in such a like hidden place, like in a menu, like in the options menu instead of the like in-game inventory or like character feature or something. It's like here's some technical settings. Oh, and also a pet.
Yeah, I think that's just a result of how
Something.
this feature started as like some backer exclusive
Hmm.
thing. And so if you put it in the game, like let's say you're at the personal cart and there's like
Oh, sorry.
pillow, and
Quick
then you
buy
were
is
like,
not having to
yeah,
hold, not being able to buy all of to sell all of them at the same time. Okay, okay, okay. I see.
yeah, you said you can just spam the button and it sells everything.
It's classic rack versus modern gaming. I see. Thank you, Zal.
Yeah, no worries. Also, a hint, a similar feature is in the works somewhere for other hold type inputs to make things more convenient
Like
for
crafting and shit.
speedrunners and long-time players. Not crafting specifically, but some other things. You'll see.
Leveling up.
No, that should be super fun and engaging every time you do it, because you can at least skip multiple levels in one.
That's true. Uh, what else is holding in menus specifically?
You'll find out, don't
Something
worry.
you need?
Like, I mean,
So, yeah.
no, no, no. I mean, like buying is the one. Oh, also the zealots give so much silk.
Yeah,
Um,
thankfully, because I needed silk and adamantit for everything.
yeah. I mean, mithril also feels like one of the most required ones.
Fun fact, crafting used to require so many more materials.
I saw
And
some.
we had,
Sorry.
yeah, we reduced the requirements and made it easier to access and use so many times. We nerfed the whole system like 8 or 9 different times.
Like,
And
did you?
that was all partially like player feedback. Because I was complaining, like, crafting takes too many items to craft that you don't need. And they were like, well, that's the point of crafting. But then, we kept seeing player feedback, and we do read almost everything everywhere about, player feedback.
Hmm.
And so, like, it's very valuable that people leave reviews and, post on forums and stuff. And crafting was one of the biggest pain points, I think, towards like the end before release.
Hmm.
It was still taking too long. And you know, it will always be too much for somebody, you know, but like what is too automatic? If you craft two items that everyone is max level, that's, you know, kind of defeating the purpose of the whole system. But if it's too slow, it's too grindy. So you had to find a balance.
Yeah, I feel like Ulfar, I mean, it kind of makes sense because he's the blacksmith, he has like the most stuff. Um, but getting him to level 20 was like the most um tedious. Um, um, but even then, like going for full 100% on all achievements, like I had to craft all the weapons and all the shield and every little thing. So Ulfar was like gonna be max level anyway. And same with Ursa with the rings. Um, and I'm pretty sure like
Hey.
she's a bit more late game, but like being able to plant and especially having unlimited seeds with a cat
Need one of my potions?
wasn't that bad, but it was still a bit grindy to get her to max level. And then I think obviously Gerald was the easiest one because it's just like map lol. Um, but yeah, I saw some patch notes saying that the requirements had like
Something you need?
the experience levels, like the here getting him to level 20 here, for example, had been reduced, and I was like, oh god, I don't want to imagine what it was before.
Yeah, the crafting was probably our most nerfed thing, like to make it easier.
Yeah, because also having an achievement for reaching max level means that you have to do it in one save file, because like other things you can do across save files, but this one, like, there's no other way. Like if you start over, it's gonna be level 1. And the other thing I guess is I don't know how much like of like I don't know, troubled waters of
You had me at water.
um yeah, so the promo was that it would have New Game Plus, so you would expect New Game Plus to have like more, either like to keep the levels of the NPCs, and you can like play the game again and have like more materials naturally, so it doesn't feel as grindy. Um, you can finally like get everything to max level in New Game Plus, like in like in a rat game you get all the weapons that you didn't have V5 to V5, and then you also get the V10s and whatever. Um, but at the end, the game released without any New Game Plus, and I know like there's been a lot of negative reviews about that too. A lot of negative reviews were about balancing and fall damage and the final boss and grinding and things like that that have been um, improved immensely, because a lot of the things that I saw, because I started playing the game and I had played the closed beta, so I did not have, and I knew you, so I knew I wanted to play the game that you had worked on. Um, so I didn't have any reason to check the reviews, like I was gonna play the game anyway, and I liked what I played for free, and I had already backed the game anyway, so I was gonna receive the game for free after having already paid for it anyway. Because everything is free in exchange for money. Um, so, point being, after having played like for a couple days or like a couple weeks of stream, I checked the Steam reviews. and I was surprised to see they were like more negative than I thought they would be. Like I was expecting like not overwhelmingly positive, but either mostly or positive in general, and they were mixed, I think, at most. And I think that trend has corrected, and I think like it is fair because probably those issues were there before and have been corrected. But I don't know if you can talk about some of the launch and post-launch support experience, as a continuation from the changes in in experience here. And I don't know, again, I don't know how much of a rocky road this is.
Yeah, I mean, we always like closely keep an eye out on the review scores, and not really because of the number, but because we want to know immediately if something's not okay with the game, and we want to know like the general feedback and opinion on the game itself, obviously. So, like, yeah, the launch was a little less than ideal, but luckily, the trend of the reviews recently are much better, and that is of course like a large part because of the players who provided feedback, so we could correct things and fix things, and some of the things obviously that we knew about, and some of the things that players pointed out, and so both are very important to fix, and we're still working on these, and we still have in our queue and in the pipeline a lot of addressing a lot of player feedback. We still have things to do, but of course, like, it's a question of priorities. Like, if somebody's save file was lost or somebody's game crashed, like, that takes priority over someone doesn't like the color of this brick or something. But yeah, the recent reviews are much but I think like recent is like way higher
I
than
can, yeah, I
than it used
was
to be.
looking at
So
it right now. All reviews are still mixed, but recent reviews are very positive.
yeah, so we appreciate all the feedback from everybody, whether good or bad, like positive or constructive, whatever. um so yeah, like post launch support was like, we knew before launch that you always have to, like, our job isn't over at launch. If anything, that's when we have to act even faster than throughout development, because if we say last October crafting system broken, we have 6 months to fix it. We launched the game, crafting system's broken, we have like one night to fix it as soon as humanly possible.
Hmm.
So like players have the best experience. So like response time is much shorter now, and so that kind of counterbalanced how many features we work on. So it kind of like the same like work across our team since launch. We're still full time on improving the game and working on new features and future content patches and all that. So not much changed, but the game did, I think, objectively gotten a lot better, and the most critical issues, I think, have all been ironed out that people were saying, like the ones you mentioned as well.
Hmm. There was
So yeah,
another
over.
thing that I forgot, the end user agreement, the EULA.
Yeah, I'm not exactly sure what happened there, but what I know is that that was like some kind of mix up,
Hmm.
and it was very misunderstandable, and it was like not. Um, I'm not even sure like what it actually was. If it was a mix up or it was. Yeah, I don't know what it was, honestly.
Yeah, no,
Like, I
that's
want to
probably like
say,
legal stuff that obviously had nothing to do with, but
yeah, it's more like I legitimately don't know like what exactly happened there. I
hmm.
just know like what effect it had, and of course it was like, it's like understandable the player's reaction to it, because I had the same reaction, and then we figured like okay, that was like some mistake or mix up somewhere, and like, don't worry everybody, it's not like a real thing. That's not what you're accepting to. That's not what you have to accept to play the game, whatever. But you know, like you have a first impression on the first day that is very hard to later overcome, even though like you post clarifications, the clarifications don't get to most people who were already turned away. So that is
Yeah,
always like
I guess
a touchy thing.
it's like the Crash 4 experience where the first thing you're bombarded with is like several documents of like 50 pages.
Yeah, a lot of Activision games do that, but that might just be because other publishers have them like more just like I agree to everything, and there's a link to what you agree to, but the entire document is not written out directly on the screen. So yeah, Crash 4, you might be accepting just as many things as playing whatever else. Who knows?
Yeah, and a lot of them have like by playing the game you are like implicitly accepting terms of use and user agreement.
Yeah, yeah, it's usually like that.
um but yeah, and the other thing was New Game Plus, which haven't seen any updates on. I don't know if you can say if there's an official statement on that, or you can say anything about it. I would understand if you can't, but just out of curiosity.
Well, so here goes the PR talk. So New Game Plus is a very popular feature in a lot of RPGs that provides the players repeated replay experiences and a new way to experiment or whatever the fuck. Yeah,
Okay,
it's like
ChatGPT. Anyway.
thank you, ChatGPT. So I don't think we have an official like any announcement or release date for that. So all I can confirm is that, as we've said before, it is in a coming content patch and it is in the works. So, you know, stay tuned for whatever update channels for updates on that. But it's not too far off. So, you know, it's not like coming 2026 summer something.
No, yeah,
But yeah, like I don't think there's actually an official statement on the dates or something.
yeah, no, it was more like it's still planned, it's still in development. Um,
Yeah, yeah, it is.
Eventually, it'll be there. Um, and again, like, how big of a team really is Primal, like the core Primal Games Studio?
That is that is an interesting question, like a tricky one for me to answer because we have, you know, partners from abroad
Hmm.
that aren't like working in the studio, like employed in the studio. They are like freelancers or like
Hmm.
external partners. So in total, like Primal team themselves, I think, who worked on the game, around 30 people, maybe.
Hmm.
I'm really not sure because I've never seen like a list of how many employees work at the company or something.
No,
So
and
I'm
I
just thinking
didn't.
like roughly.
Yeah, I didn't ask for like 24 this month because like this guy left. Um,
Jimmy felt well.
uh, the spikes. It's always the spikes. No, but yeah, it was more like because seeing the credits, it looked like the Primal Games like core um dev team went by super quickly, and then it was like all partners and contracts and things like that. Um, and then the publishers and like I think it was with Mandragora that I mentioned like I never know if some of these have to be like people that have actually worked on the project, like especially with outside contractors that you like pay a separate company for something, or like if it's like people that have actually worked, or especially with directives, if it's like it's the company you have like this pack that you have to add to your list.
Yeah, honestly, I don't know. I was surprised when I saw the credits of how many external partners we had, because I didn't work with too many of them. Like, I can probably count on two hands how many people I personally worked together with
Hmm.
from external partners. So I'm not sure, like, what the criteria is for who have to be listed. I have like a suspicion just from general video game experience that this is way too many people to actually have put something into the game. It's a lot, likely a lot of like administration work and things like that. Like you have a partner company who does, I don't know, let's say an example. You have a partner company that does animations. People who do the internal IT to keeping the animation software updated on the animators, like are those IT people, and like the the people who like their HR or
Hmm.
whatever, like administration, like people who make their internal Google meetings every day, you know, like project managers. Do we list them? Because technically they contributed
Let's
to
see what we
seeing the
got.
partnership done, but yeah, I don't know
Hmm.
how deep the whole thing goes. So it is a lot of people, that's for sure.
Yeah, it was more of a shared curiosity than like me properly asking, because I was just surprised, I guess, as you for what you're saying. Um, Also, I just thought, are the descriptions on the bestiary also your contribution?
No, those, as far as I know, are from our writer. So
Gotcha.
I think Brian Mitsoda is the one who wrote those, but I might be wrong. Like there might be some from our team.
Hmm.
Not sure about that.
And then the right side, like all the stats and things like that, I assume like are already like they're not proper text, so it's more of a an Excel. So it didn't like it was.
Yeah, those are just like from a keyword database. Like you
Mhm.
can just put in values and strings like that. I'm pretty sure like where it says armor, that is the same exact string that is used on your equipment, on the talent tree, on everywhere else.
Mm.
Also, the three little stars you see next to the names to see what rank you have them.
Yeah.
I was like, I was the one who kept like being like, please, I want like stars or something like to see the rank, so you don't have to like go into the entry. I want to see them, you know, the completionist of you see all stars field, and you're like, yes, I'm done.
Yeah. Because if not, it would just be like you only see attributes, you see attributes on a fence, and then like you see the item drop, right?
Yeah, I mean there might have been another kind of indication for what rank you have, but you know, in the overview where you see all the enemy names, like in
I don't think
the
they're
summary list,
the stars are there. Yeah.
are they not on the first tab?
No.
Huh, interesting. So that might be an upcoming thing. I don't know.
I mean that would be cool because like for this one it was also like okay, let's see which ones I have. And it's like one, two, three, okay, you know.
Okay, yeah, well then that kind of proves my point.
Okay, okay. I thought you were saying that there were not even like those stars besides the defeated number. That it was just like you only saw the sections because those sections also unlock progressively.
Yeah, yeah. I think there was always something. I'm pretty sure.
Hmm. Um. Also, um. Well, love the different tiers to the thing, and I get like people complaining about like you having to fight the same fucking Caretaker and Rat and whatever, but those are mini bosses, and it's just like 5 iterations of each and on a big map, and some of them are optional and so on. Well, I guess the Caretaker is the worst offender because most of them are main line. But like any and every game basically has some of these, especially with mini bosses. Like Rift Apart is awful with the Juggernauts. Tools of Destruction has the same pirate mini boss, like I think 4 times in the same planet in Creely. Well, Comet. So I don't think it was like outrageously the same guy over and over again for the entire game. But I mean, it was funny when you see another one of these.
Yeah, it's interesting because one of the main reasons I think that they were closely after one another in the beginning of the game. So the 3 caretakers, the one that guards the swamp, and
Yeah.
then the 2 ones that guard the door. But like, there's a low reason like the necromancer is building those things to guard its territory. So like, yes, if somebody makes multiple of the same kind of creature to put them around the crypt, then they will be around the crypt. So it's kind of like, it's understandable absolutely from like a player perception point. But also like, if you think about the lore, there's a way where it makes sense. Like there's an interpretation where it makes sense.
Also, it was like, you're right, I had forgotten about those 2. Like to get the 2 orb things for the necromancer, and it was like different variations of, I think there was like a fire and a poison guy or something like that.
Yeah, there was the blood guardian and the plague guardian.
So like, it's not exactly like, it's not, that lazy, I guess, or that like let's use the same resources to save some time. Which again is also fair enough. If you don't count them like as proper bosses, and the proper bosses are very distinct, and they usually have 2 phases, and they're like voiced characters and so on. This is just like bigger enemies. And also like throughout the game they usually, like, I guess the caretaker then has the um ferryman at the beginning of Brer Castle, and then the guy on the furnace, like the slave master or whatever the fuck his name was. Which is 2 more that are basically the same. I guess the ferryman does have the gimmick of calling minions, which is the worst mechanic of any boss fight at me. But like, well, I guess in some boss fights, it's used like to your own benefit, because some enemies like heal you or give you power or whatever. Anyway, like, I guess it's like there's 2 more after the whole necromancer thing. But after that, it's mostly like they're mostly replaced by like the sonic stalkers or the fire guys. I guess there's some rats around. There's also there's fire guys. There's also the blood fiends. Again, more in the castle because it's a vampire area, but I think there's another one like around randomly in a sewer or whatever. And then the entropic ravagers in entropy, like it just like they're mini bosses of certain areas. It's, I don't know. And then there's also like some bosses and mini bosses. Like this guy uses all the abilities of chaos magic. The pyromancer and the dragon use, well, I guess when in human form, which, oh, that was another thing that I knew you, sorry, this is like complete tangent in the middle of something else. So let me finish this. Uses like that woman uses the fire abilities, and you can tell like if, I guess if that's the class you're using, it's a pretty like back and forth of the same kinds of spells. But it's really cool also when games like have enemies using things that you can use, and then like especially I remember distinctly because I had just been starting using like some of the or looking at some of the fire spells right before that boss fight, so I knew like I could see basically all the movements and attacks that she did. I knew what they were, and I knew when like they had telegraphs and everything, but like I knew what were the corresponding attacks or abilities that you have, except one. I think the one that that she turns into a ball of fire and like crosses the stage, and that's what you get when you defeat her. And that was cool.
Yeah, it's the same moment when Quark uses the Groovy Tron on you. Was that in the PS4 game?
As it was.
Ah, I hate to admit that some things the movie and the game did
Right.
that were cool.
But let's say that Dreg in the original basically only uses Gadgetron weapons, like evil versions of the Mind Glove, the Glove of Doom.
Oh yeah, the Calibro testing like rooms
True, that's it.
with the robots.
But yeah, some of the mini bosses are like the Chaos Magic guy, but also like, oh, I guess there's also the Forest Giants with the Jotuns version, like the icy versions of them, and the Mandrakes, which are annoying as fuck to dodge the screams off. But yeah, like yeah, it was the Slave Master, okay, and the Wraiths too. Like, nah, it was okay. Like, I don't think there's. Sorry, I just saw a review that was like, the bosses are so lazy and repeated and so on. I was like, well, you know, they're mini bosses. But yeah, then you also have like Eska was her name, like the other Inquisitor at the end. That is like a light, um, class, um, and there was one that was a wild. Can't remember the wild boss, but yeah, it was nice to see, especially towards the end of the game, like this boss is a character of this class using abilities clearly from this class that you can also use. And I think there was one for each class. There's the fucking bandit leader guy that is like the assassin, like the poison class, which yuck. But
I thought you loved poison.
not receiving it.
And teleporting enemies.
Oh yeah, I love those. Like teleporting enemies are annoying in like if they just like instantly move from one side to the other because like you have to go chase them. Enemies that teleport away for a while are the worst because it's like, guess I'm just like doing nothing for a while, just dodging without any window for attack. But I guess like they usually then have like a moment where they're tired and you just like unleash all the attacks on them. But it's a fun like contrast.
Is that a Hollow Knight event? I don't remember the enemies in Hollow Knight.
Well, I guess yeah, the Dreamer warriors are like basically, well, I guess Pancake Guy is the worst offender with like just poops away and does the whole room attack and then like comes back and keeps teleporting away to the other side of the room.
Oh yeah, that's like borderline invulnerability phase, which is another player favorite.
Yeah. Oh, also with Lord Oberon, the vampire guy. I guess my only complaint, and I know this is like a quirk of the genre or like the Souls likeness of the game. Um, but when the first phase is like kind of easy, and then like on the second phase there's like one attack that basically instantly kills you, and you have to learn like to see the telegraph and then how to avoid it and so on. Like it's like the mandrake scream that you have to go like half a mile away. Um, or Oberon's grab, I think it was. Um, when he disappears and you have to stay by a window because there's light there and he can appear there. Um, and I think there was another one or two instances where it was like, okay, I've gone through all of the first phase and I'm just learning the second phase. And just to like learn, I don't even want to beat it yet. I know I'm not ready to beat it yet. I just want to learn this. I have to go through the first phase again and again and again. And I guess like I shouldn't say and again and again and again because like the enemy that killed me the most was the Fang Executioner because I fought it. It was a level 50 boss and I fought it at level 20 something. And it killed me 7 times. Like everything else was a 4 kill, I think, at most. So
Yeah, I think that's the boss that you can be the most underleveled for. But I was like left in as a because when we were playtesting, players really enjoyed just going at it like way early. And like we had multiple players with the feedback that their favorite part of the whole closed beta section of like start until like swamp mausoleum level 1, you know, where it ended. The whole their favorite part was just trying this high level boss over and over and eventually beating it. And like multiple people said that was the highlight, like their favorite like self-imposed challenge. So we were like, you know what? Let's leave that in. Let's not lock that area. Let's make it accessible like early game.
it's funny
And
because I don't. Sorry, I think you mentioned that that was in the closed beta, and I never went to western side of Wickham at all. So I just missed that whole thing in the closed beta, which honestly I'm not even mad about because like more fresh content on the final game, and it was a cool experience to fight that boss for the first time and learn him and so on. Look at him.
I'm not exactly sure if that was in the beta or if that was locked away. I just know we had some playtests going around
Gotcha.
then, and like that was a player feedback. And so like what you mentioned as well, like the alchemist being a mid to late game character, but you know if you beat the Fang Executioner early and you pass on to Gloomroot Woods early, you can find her like before you find the Reese guy, you know, in the cell.
Wait,
So
who?
like, you can get the alchemist pretty early.
Oh yeah, yeah.
She's just gated behind the Fang Executioner, so we expected most players to not find the alchemist that early,
Yeah.
but it is possible, you know, to get her like much earlier.
Yeah, it's right before the double jump, right? It's not there.
Yeah, you have to go up above the forest giant, like upwards. And so because she's next to one of the plants that have you upgrade the flask
Hmm.
potency, you can have a stronger flask earlier on in the game if you know that she's there and that you just have to beat the Fang Executioner.
Hmm.
So yeah, there's some cheeky things you can do differently in other playthroughs.
There's the guy. I hadn't seen the guy.
Oh yeah, this
Is
is
was.
post raisening.
Also, the end cutscene is so like sequel baity and cliffhanger. It's like, goddamn. Like, Oh yeah, anyway, next Archmage.
Yeah, I think a lot of games do that, where they just leave the door open, for whatever.
Hmm.
And I specifically noticed it because I watched some movies recently and played some games, and
Hmm.
I'm pretty sure like every single one of them was like post-credit scene. It's not over, or the next thing is coming.
Yeah, like eye lights up again, or random character that totally died, didn't die, or but wait, there's more.
Yeah, it's always like undoes the conclusion like immediately. Like we defeated the bad guy in a pile of under a pile of rubble, and then the rubble moves and like screen cuts to black, and I'm like, cool. I enjoyed having beaten the bad guy for 2 minutes before you told me that we didn't actually do it.
Before Nefarious turned into a robot.
That was a sick ending, like post credit. That was probably one of my favorites ever because he just looked cool in the movie design.
um, so the other thing I was gonna say about the Pyromancer before that was a complete tangent is that her design, and again, I know that you were involved like in the art department or anything like that, but it's screamed like your drawings, like your Shira drawings or things like that. And it was like, damn, this character is so Zelcore.
Wait, really? Like, for the record, I was not involved in the design of that at all.
Yeah, I think I did
But
say like I know he probably had nothing to do with it, but this is like so Zel at first glance.
yeah, that's so weird that you say that because I remember the one NPC design that I specifically pointed out after I was playtesting it and I saw the character for the first time. Like she was the only character I ever said like, that is a really cool design. I really love that. Like that's something I would like design.
Which
And
one?
so now you say that it felt like something that I would have made. So I guess you know me then.
Wait, you mean like the Pyromancer was
Yeah,
that?
yeah, the
Okay,
Fire
okay.
Monster. Like that was the one design that really like stuck out to me as well. Like how cool that is. And I love all our art, but it was like that one was specifically like, this is something I would make. Yeah, I guess.
Uh-huh.
If I were anywhere near as talented as whoever drew that portrait, yeah.
Come on, Zal. We have Squishy Shark.
I don't know how to feel about that.
No, again, that was like a job. I mean, I love the crouch in the playtest, and you know that. It's so funny.
That's funny
Um,
you say that because today I was about to send you a picture this morning because now I made a thing where you could see the character 3 times and I had 3 squished shark. I was like, you liked one, now you have 3.
every
So
time you
very
feel like sending
relevant.
a picture, send it. Do it.
Yeah, but it would have spoiled something for the next
Mm,
playtest. Oopsies.
okay, okay. Fair enough.
In before Shira clone puzzles and you have 3 characters.
And yeah, yesterday, I think, or was it today? No, it was yesterday, right? I saw, I think Salt and Sanctuary is discounted now on Steam, so I got it on the summer sale page or whatever. And I was like, wait, this is the game where the Queen of Smiles was. And and I looked at the trailer and I was like, well, look at her. It's so funny. It's so like clunky in a way. Like the movements are so rigid. Uh, it's really funny.
Yeah, the Queen of Smiles is, well, since you brought it up, oh boy. So fun fact, I was mostly in charge of having her like making her design and having her be recreated as faithfully as possible in
Oh.
the game. So like
So.
she was the boss that I was by far the most involved in, from like frames, like her pose on every frame to match the original, and her exact
Hmm.
damage and range and numbers and behavior. So like a fun fact, I bought Salt and Sanctuary and I played a lot to get reference for her, and I kept playing against her for hours and hours in the original
Hmm.
and see like how many milliseconds is she idling, how far is she like moving with the abilities, and like does anything change in phase two, and what exactly are the hitboxes, and all that stuff.
Hmm.
So I was like really involved with her to like the point where I just close my eyes in the evening and I just see Queen of Smiles like all day just looking at pictures, and we even reached out to James, who was the original co-creator of Salt and Sanctuary, to ask about the boss and the behavior and the design and everything. So shout outs to him, very helpful, like almost immediately responded and was happy to help us. So
Did they
thank you.
know that you were adding, like, before obviously you said it, but like, did you talk to them before, like, when the idea came out, or was it just an homage, like a one-sided thing, or how did that come to be?
No, I don't know who told or reached out to him first. I just know that he was on board with it,
Mm.
and he was like, feel free to like modernize it to fit Mandragora's like style and everything, of course. And so yeah, just massive shout outs to him for going into this and also being helpful with it.
Hmm.
And also Salted Sanctuary is a pretty good game, so I might have spent a few too many hours playing it afterwards, just casually.
Love how this guy is just the last one here, like the first guy just had a W name. Also, I remember in one of the playtests that was, I think, just until the war, he was so hard. Like, I remember dying a lot and barely dealing any damage and having a lot of health on like a way harder second phase and whatever. And then like on the demo, it was like, oh, that was easy. And then in the final game, it was just like as easy.
Yeah, it's the tutorial boss. Like you
Yeah.
don't want to go too hard on that. I know, like it used to be very health spongy, and so we nerfed it a
Hmm.
lot.
Yeah, like,
But yeah, I was also like involved in some of his design as well.
hmm. The pillars from King, Nine Kingdom.
Yeah, I might have been involved in that.
So, besides what we've talked about, like abilities, tooltips, um, like skills and talent and like those classes, you also did Queen of Smiles and other boss design, like,
Yeah. Well, I could go like rapid fire because I don't want to talk too much about everything I was involved in.
hmm,
But like in terms of bosses, there was Warg and the Queen of Smiles, as we mentioned. I was involved a lot in the Necromancer, in
mentioned.
some of the dragon, like phase two, when
Hmm.
she's actually a dragon.
Yeah.
Spoilers. And then a bit of Forest Giant, the Entropy Rift bosses, the Entropic Ravagers and Leviathans and
Yeah.
stuff. A bit in the Ferryman Marionettes, I was involved in a lot with that.
No, not the marionettes. I hated those guys.
Yeah, they're not exactly. I'll just say they're not exactly working along the original design concept. And then I was also involved in the Darkfire Demon. the fire guy, as you put it,
Yeah.
and a bit of the sleepwalker and a bit of like King Priest Phase 2 post
The infam.
patches, post nerf.
Okay, I was gonna say the infamous one or the one I played.
I was involved more in the how do we help this phase.
So, okay, first off, I guess looking at the list here, I think I gotta say the marionettes are my least favorite boss.
That one is such an interestingly divisive boss. I did not expect to see reviews, but there are reviews that say multiple people have that as their favorite boss,
Oh, I mean,
and then some people absolutely don't like them.
it's a cool concept. Like I like how they look, how they move, what they are, like the whole theater play and marionettes. I just I couldn't handle them, as we joked about. Like it felt, especially when there's like two or three together, because like one of them at a time. Okay, no problem. But they always felt like they like attacked in a unpredictable manner, and like when you were seeing the telegraph for one of their attacks, like the other one was resting, but then like the other one was actually gonna attack, and then they had two attacks each, so like you had to pay attention to that, and it was like a lot going on the screen at the same time. um so probably just a skill issue. um but yeah, I don't know, it felt unpredictably overwhelming in a way like Great Prince Zoe is in Hollow Knight.
Oh no.
Which
Oh no.
I don't know if it's a reference that is lost on you, but um it's just like that boss is unpredictable and like chaotic and shoots out minions all the time, which is again so annoying. Um on the other hand, like Mantis Lords and even like more Sisters of Battle, which is, I just remember them because they're three. It's like three bosses at the same time. There's three characters fighting you at the same time. Those are one of my favorite Hollow Knight bosses. Like I think the Greams are probably my favorite, but then or like close or tied or like more or less, but I think like close behind it's Mantis Lords and Sisters of Battle. Um because like it really has a flow and a dance and a feeling of like when it's two of them together, like at the first time you find them, obviously you have to learn, and it can feel overwhelming, and you have to learn like how they can combine their attacks and so on. But then when there's three together, you feel like two was perfectly fine, like they were spaced together, and the third one throws a wrench in the works, and there's no break. Like what used to be the off second to dodge and um, move around or attack someone, like you're getting attacked by the third one. You have no stop, but it still feels synchronized and like a dance. And like you can learn the patterns, they're just like more frantic, but you have learned the two first and then you go into three. And I feel like the marionettes try to do something like the Mantis Lords and the Sisters of Battle, because you start with just one at a time. They have their one attack, then they do the other attack, then there's two at a time, and then there's all three. Um, I guess it's also like it's three phases, one after the other, with like three health bars. The good thing is they have a shared health bar, so no matter which marionette you attack, you contribute to it, so you can always hit the same one if that's the easier one for you. But they never felt like they were synchronized in a way where it was, this kind of synchronized dance between you and the enemies where you're learning their patterns and they're like consistent and you can dodge in a way and like see what's coming or like have several patterns. And it might just be me. It might just be a personal skill issue thing. Um, but even after beating them, I was not like, okay, I have learned this boss. I'm finally good and satisfied, flushed. I'm just like, okay, finally this shit is over.
Yeah, on the record, I'll just say I agree with you entirely.
Nope.
And I might even leave it at that.
Okay. We'll leave the internal meetings to be internal, I guess.
But yeah, in terms of like the theatrical theming and everything, like I do also find them cool, and I'm pretty sure that contributes a lot to the players who find it their favorite one.
Yeah, like if I'm sure same as me being terrible at them, uh, someone might have like perfected their patterns and telegraphs and like with that and the theming, I can see why it could be someone's favorite for sure.
Yeah, it's just a tip to everyone: bring an AOE class, and
Mm.
you'll have no issues.
Also, yeah, I guess class matters too a lot.
Yeah, if you just shoot the ball lightning through them, like spam it, it's pretty quick.
But yeah, then I had like I don't know if I beat the Sleepwalker like first or second try. I was like, oh, she's dead. I think I did use a potion, like I ran out of flasks and I did use a health potion, but I was like, okay, she's basically done. Actually, no. I think with the Sleepwalker, I was like, okay, now comes phase 2, and then the achievement pop and I was like, or not.
Yeah, she was a bit like squishy. Like I don't think she had that much health for the
30k.
point where you are in the game. I'm very curious, by the way. Like I want to play through the game on like 160% difficulty
Hmm.
sliders because I still haven't gotten to that, but I really want to do that just to see how like bosses and just the game overall feels with like a slower time to kill. Because this is the curse of once you know the game and the good builds,
Yeah.
you're not gonna intentionally make a shitty one. So you're just gonna be efficient and have a lot of damage.
Well, challenge runs, right?
Yeah, that was my hope with the level 1 playthrough as my first character
Hmm.
after launch. But it wasn't that difficult.
Oh.
So
Oh.
I was thinking, okay, maybe that I started a no gear run, so like starter gear only. Like you
Uh-huh.
cannot change your items at all. I'm like level 24. I didn't have time to get too deep into that, but I'm
Hmm.
pretty sure that would work as well. So one of those and then 160% sliders might be fun.
Yeah. And then I guess the last thing for the bestiary here is that the bestiary is that what the fuck is this Entropic Shades page, dude? Like, can't we get the actual enemies? Or what, is there a reason why it's not like listed as the regular enemies but like the shade versions? Or is it just because they're basically the same in shade in entropy? Um
There's a lot of them, and just having a different entry for every single one while they work differently as well as the others, and I'm not sure if the stats and loot drops and everything even applies to them properly. So I know there was a reason why the team decided to just merge them into one entry. Like some of them, I think you meet only a few times maximum, so
Yeah.
they might be not that important to have separate entries. Oh, the target dummy. I was fighting for this to be a thing because I was like, I want to build a test. Please put a target dummy somewhere. And then they said like, yeah, we were pretty certain to eventually have a dummy somewhere. So I was like, yes, please do it, put it in. So I'm happy that he's in. I just wish he kind of had more health. Now I wonder if the enemy health sliders apply to the dummy.
I mean, he's taking more and more damage, even though it's at 0. So that's funny. Like, I like that.
Yeah, you can keep damaging.
Like, I know bleed is depending on total health, but this is like true sleepwalkers. Like, it was 30k.
Yeah. Yeah, he's a tanky boy. Like, you probably have a lot of damage at like level 100 and stuff.
Yeah. But also, incredibly cute that the cats actually come here. I thought you just like pet them around the stage, but I mean the game, but they're here. They're so cute.
Yeah, I wanted a hidden mechanic for cats to, when you find and pet them, they just heal you up to full. Because you can do it all at once. Like, it's not like gonna be a big player, you know. It's like, it's not a big advantage. But those challenge runs who are like no healing, no flasks, they might be looking for cats. Like, bro, I'm low health for like half this level. Where's a cat?
I mean,
but then I never like proposed the idea to the team because like it would have been a stupid idea probably.
yet.
I mean, true. There's always content patches.
But yeah, here we go. Oh, there we go. Fang Executioner 7, because again, super low level, just learning the boss, realizing that I could actually do it, and doing it and overcoming the challenge. Really, really cool. Marionettes, 6 deaths to them. Didn't enjoy that. I just like, let this get over, like, let this be over, please. It was over. Okay, fuck. Let's carry on. Ferryman, too many minions. I think when I beat him, he was like stuck, or maybe it's RNG. I don't know if there's like a condition. He didn't bring like nearly as many enemies back. I think he just did it at the start, and that's it. And then Oberon, I think a couple deaths were the window thing. Like, first one was just like getting grabbed out of nowhere and then like almost dying, or then actually dying. And the second one was like, okay, he's not gonna do the thing. What do I do? What do I do? Oh, it's the window. I couldn't run to the window and I was dead. But again, like, at least that was learning the boss, and like it didn't take that long. And then the Pyromancer, I think maybe one of the deaths was in phase 1, but I think mostly the dragon. And like getting squished by the dragon, not reacting in time, again, like learning the boss, but actually learning in like in a satisfying way. So yeah, not that bad, I wouldn't say. And don't look at the other stats, because like fix when.
Yeah, true.
Also, I just saw playtime is 48 hours, so like in 2 days non-stop you can 100% the game and all achievements.
Yeah, that's not that bad. That should be a speedrun.com
I was
category.
I was gonna say, where's the speedrun.com Mandragora all achievements? I can submit playtime 48:05:05.
That would be one of those categories that has like X amount of sessions allowed and you can sleep
Mm-hmm.
in between them or take breaks.
Yeah.
Or not, if you hate yourself.
I mean, Secret Agent Clank 100% existed, so.
And you've done it multiple times.
No, I meant like as a speedrun. I did it in several
I mean, yeah.
days. I mean, people that do it in like one sitting. Or I guess like that category did allow for breaks. I don't know how optimized it has been, because like I remember Alan Musa playing it and it was like awful. And then it wasn't even like, it was max percent specifically, like the one where you also grind for maximum level on the weapons. It was awful.
Yeah, the trifecta speedrun as well, I think, allows breaks in between the games at
Yeah.
least. But yeah, anyway, that's completely off topic. Oops.
Whoops, look at
So yeah,
us
about Ratchet
bringing
and Clank
back. Yeah.
speedruns.
It's you, person.
That is lady.
Yeah, my favorite quote from this game is "What?"
Ready to do a business?
And
This
my
was,
second favorite is from Shirin when she's like, "Ah,"
of course.
I
it's
know
like
you,
almost Sasha
right?
levels, but not exactly.
Hungry for some delicious gems? Hungry for some delicious gems?
Who did you say was the wild one?
Yeah, she, the
Oh.
I'm all
Irsa.
out of gems. Kidding. Ready to do a business? Hungry for some delicious gems?
Is it the starting dialogue or?
Yeah, it should be on when you interact
Hungry
with
for
her.
some delicious gems? Next. It's you, person. Next. What? Oh, gems, right.
That one, right?
Yeah, that one. Because I always just like walk up to her, immediately interrupt, start crafting. So I always just hear like, "What?"
What?
See something you like? I'm glad you're here. Ah, hello, Inquisitor.
This ah or another ah?
Yeah, that one.
We got it.
That is like my completely degraded sense of humor. Is like you have one word, you cut even that word out like halfway, and it's funny.
This guy
What
too.
now?
What now?
I hope you're eating this for the taste. Come to see me work
I
my
don't know. I
magic.
always interact with him like twice
I'm feeling inspired.
to max out his crafting in one go, and then pretty much never use him because I don't use foods.
Yeah, I haven't
Let's
used
cook.
food in the. Let him cook. Haven't used food in the whole game, I don't think so. Also, this. You might know what I'm referring to, but the double jump not being only at the peak of the jump. Very, very good. I wonder, because when I farmed, as I was saying, it was here. There's a drop that is like slightly too tall, or too high of a drop. So like, there's one that if you roll off the cliff, you just can't continue running, and that's it. There's another one where even if you roll off or drop off, just like walk off, you get like the big um heavy fall, like where you stop for a second and then you can continue. So I wonder if you can like Jack and Daxter this shit and like drop or jump for the first time, and then like when it's safe, do the double jump to save from the to save yourself from the heavy, like that second of stopping.
Yeah, you can absolutely like use that to reset the fall height and avoid heavy landings. I do that a lot with various techniques as well. It's funny because like I develop my own like speedrun strategies and micro optimizations just because I play through the game so many times. I just want to move efficiently and go as fast as possible.
Hmm.
But yeah, the late double jump was something we wanted as well for a long time. It's just it needed time to implement because of sequence breaks. Like we had to thoroughly test what things that breaks and if it allows you to skip to like a lower section or something.
Hmm.
And that's the same thing with glide, being allowed to start, later during a fall. So you can now glide, I think, later.
Hmm.
Like slowly we're rolling out like these movement patches where we allow more control when falling and stuff.
Wait, I don't think it was this way.
Oh, I should be more careful.
Phoenix. That was the other thing. The Phoenix while farming wasn't entropy here. Was annoying because like I just want to kill myself. Yeah, I think it was like this enemy. Then like 2. Yeah, the rat here 3. Then like here you can drop and continue running. Then here you have to do that. 4, 5, 6. And then I think there's 7 here, but actually it was faster. So like after the 6, drop here. And that's the one I was talking about, so I guess now. Or not.
You can also double jump if you just walk off the cliff.
Oh really? Oh yeah, true. Hmm. I guess it's still too much, but probably you can like do this. No, it's still too much. I'm pressing the wrong button. That's why. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm not sure
Yeah, that
which
one.
exact
I guess.
which minor patch rolls out which change, but I know double jump and glide and catching ledges are all getting like consistency upgrades, like more
I guess this one.
forgivingness.
But yeah, I mean, this one was just my backup for farming because I thought the Queen of Smiles guys did not count. But if they do, and they did, because again I got the achievements at exactly 1,000, I would definitely recommend just coming here and doing those because that's way quicker. Still, like 5 at a time to 1,000 is horrible.
Yeah, there's a reason why I don't have the achievement yet.
But yeah, you have like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then there's a couple more in here. But again, actually getting these is slower. Than just resetting after the 5. But yeah, it would be cool if a patch also added like a repeatable, like a Ratchet Arena, like one of the like re-enter rifts or like one additional infinite one or something like to just farm enemies and essence and money if you need to, especially entropic enemies. But again, it's just like whatever. Also on Steam site, it's so funny that this achievement has a tracker. Like the 10,000 enemies one has a tracker that it's visible. The 1,000 enemies on Entropy is a hidden achievement. Because I guess Entropy is a secret. But it still has a tracker. It's just you cannot see it. Because the only way you can see hidden achievements is when you go to like the global stats and you see like how many people have gotten that achievement. and there you cannot see your progress on the achievement. If you go to your progress, you cannot reveal hidden achievements on Steam, which is insanely stupid. But if now that I have the achievement, I can compare to others that don't have the achievement. For example, Uzel, doxed, exposed, and I can see your progress on the achievement.
Yeah, it's weird how I can't see it, but you can.
Which again, like, I guess by default it makes sense because like it's a hidden achievement. You shouldn't be able to see it. Like you don't see the conditions, so you don't see the progress. I have the achievement, so I know the conditions, so I can see your progress when I compare it. But why can't we just show hidden achievements on the page that has your own progress and not on the page that has like the percent of people that has it? Like, such a weird Steam decision, but okay. Anyway, wanna talk about achievements or like any story, fun fact, trivia, not fun fact and of how there are 10,000 enemies or anything like that, or is that something that is like completely like out of your reach and can't say much?
Well, related to achievements, not much because I wasn't like involved at all in coming up with what the achievements should be or how many, like the numbers or anything, or the text. So I just saw them like you did and just accepted them. All I know is testing them is a pain. So if anybody is making a game and they, hooks in Steam achievements that are like play through the entire game and collect all whatever, testing those achievements is difficult because once you have them once on a Steam profile, resetting your achievements is, might be a tricky process. And also, if you have cheats that give you all the items, and then, sure, the all item achievement pops. But then you have to play through the game manually anyway to see if getting all items without cheating also works. So every iteration that you need to test is a full playthrough of like 20 hours. So yeah, achievements are tricky to test. It's something I've learned.
I guess for all weapons and all rings, you can like cheat, give you like all the materials in the world.
Yeah, but then, maybe something in the game is like not set up in the same way if you get it
Yeah.
casually, or something doesn't count, or you use a different version of an item.
Or
that is
like
actually based
grinding
on
for those
level.
materials is insanely tedious and like out of balance for the numbers.
Yeah, like the grindiness itself, like how much there is, wasn't even as much of a concern to me as have it consistent. So it's not like there's one material you need a million of, and then everything else you never need. So, just keeping them in relative balance.
Yeah, I think the one I felt, well, I don't know, when I had to craft everything, I feel like I had to go for a lot of mithril because like it's for weapons, it's for shield, and it's for rings. A lot of thread. The fine thread was annoying. And I guess the kinds of leather, but they're pretty balanced between the three. And also you can also like upgrade them. I probably have like so much light
Inquisitor.
leather now. Just a bit. Just 1,220.
Wow.
Only 39 Hemtwine though. Like,
How did you even get that many?
farming 10,000 enemies.
Oh right, you were farming in the Wickham sewers.
Yeah.
That explains it.
And here. That's why I also have a lot of silk. Like this was mostly for experience until I realized, wait, I'm gonna get experience anyway, and like that's an insane amount of enemies. So I need like high numbers, even if they give less experience per enemy.
Yeah, I've also always been farming the 3 types of leathers and then silk, adamantite, mithril. Those are my most farmed items, probably.
Yeah, I was trying to think. Oh, and copper. When playing and all that, it was fine. I think when having to craft one of each, copper is also used for bronze. So like I had to go several times to get more copper. But definitely not as much as the other ones we said. Because I'm pretty sure, like, iron, I had to farm a bit, but that was fine. Um, silver and gold, it was fine. Tin, it was fine. So yeah.
Oh, I have a totally unrelated question, but I'm very curious.
Go ahead.
Did you stand still for 2 minutes?
No. For 2 minutes. Oh yeah. Wait, on the quest. Yes, I did.
Okay.
Why?
Just curiosity.
I mean, I went to piss and then I came back, and it was like 10 seconds remaining or whatever.
Yeah, I was just asking everyone because, there are 2 types of men.
What happens if you don't? Like different
I
dialogue.
shouldn't spoil it.
I mean, nothing happens if you do, so I assume it's like different dialogue and same outcome, but
Yeah, I'm just saying nothing drastically different happens, but it's just funny either way.
hmm.
Anyway, more for next playthrough.
Also, I guess having the input display is useful because you'll see, like, I always run with R1.
Hello.
Same, and just imagine my pain before that was implemented, and you didn't have the alternate sprint, you had to sprint with L3.
Yeah, I mean, it's fine usually in games that are 3D because, like, you're pushing forward and, like, forward and pressing is fine. Like, sideways and pressing is horrible. And especially because, like, when it's forward and pressing, it's usually like you go forward, you press once, now you're sprinting. And I know you can change it to toggle and whatever, but it's like, I don't know. It wastes, like, it
there's a very
uses stamina, you know?
Yeah, there's a very good reason I did not put sprint on L3 in Shark Game. I made it a very specific design point to always have that on the shoulder buttons or the triggers. Nowhere else.
I mean, again, and in Shira, it's a 3D game, so it wouldn't be, like, as bad of an offender. And
Oh, it would, because Rift Apart sucks with the L3 sprint.
except in Rift Apart, you also can sprint with R1 specifically, like it's exactly the same. And after that, you get the hover boots with R1, which are faster than a sprint. So
You can sprint with R1.
yeah,
Oh,
when you don't have the hover boots, R1 is a sprint.
Oh. Well, I guess I would never know, because, I only played on PC on keyboard and mouse.
Mm.
Like shift for sprinting is just natural, and I never changed it.
Didn't you get a DualSense for like to try the experiential?
Yeah, I did try it, but I didn't play through the whole game because keyboard and mouse is just so much better. I never thought I would say that about a 3D like platform action game like that.
Hmm.
Just the mouse controls for the instant aim anywhere is so good. Anyway, that's a side topic. So yeah, I worked on entropy rifts, and
Oh.
one of the entropy corridors, the whole level design was me, and some entropy features.
Which one?
So I was involved with the the interactive things of jump pads, disappearing platforms, the little motes that you collect in entropy, and you have to escort them to the exit for some essence.
Yeah, like the extra Firefly guys.
Yeah, and then I also did the entropy map where you go from the dark forest to like the glimmered woods to the witch coven. That whole like
Like the maze of portals.
yeah, like the waves of platforms and the climbing and the whatever else.
Hmm. Which
I kind of went crazy compared to the other entropy levels that were in at the time. I was kind of scared it would be too much suddenly for not a platformer game.
yeah, I mean, I guess a lot of people also complained about the platforming in entropy because I think the fall damage was way too big. And honestly, like, oh hello. Um, I
You bend them
feel
too fast. By the time the context menu loads for me, it's just like, please wait.
um, like honestly, sometimes it felt like the fall damage should just like not be a thing in these sections at least. Like you're not a platformer, like you're not a Hollow Knight. You know, it was I think I had a frustration moment in one of these where it was like it's not this kind of game. This is not enjoyable.
Like the fall damage, you mean, or the platforming in general?
The platforming with the fall damage and I guess like a lot of verticality when you don't see a lot vertically. Um, I don't know if it was in this section or it was in another one, but I'm pretty sure it was in an entropy section where I was like, that's enough. Like, and it was like one of those things where it's like, I am a platformer fan, you know, like platforming games. I see like the cool concepts in this, or I see like the interesting platforming design. It's just like it's not really enjoyable with the frame of the game. You know, like the movement, the abilities, the camera, etc. It might have been on this one. I don't know. Like I remember this one, like the platforms that you have to jump on and they disappear super quickly, and then like you jump on the boost pad below. That was fun. That was interesting. Um,
Yeah, that was me, and I was so scared that people would not really understand that. So I always like go experimental with the got them with the rift apart beams
yeah,
with platforming, but now I have a separate game where I can go crazy with those and take risks.
yeah. I don't know. It might have been. It has to be this one though, because like you weren't there for... Oh, or maybe it was here? No, but this is more like guesswork than... I don't know.
I'll probably watch the VODs eventually when I get to catch up with them, so
Yeah, and
I
then
will know.
you're fine. Yeah, I mean, I have to highlight them and timestamp them and everything, so like, I'll check it out too. It might have been also because it was like towards the end of a stream and I was tired or or something. But I'm thinking it was this one because it's the most like platformy, or maybe it was. Okay, so like it has to be one of the latest ones because like it was on the streams that you were in there for sure. Um. So I'm guessing it was like either this one or the upside down one. Now that I think of it, it might have been the first time with the upside down one.
I don't know, because that doesn't have as much verticality. I mean, it does, but not like huge jumps, like up and down.
I don't know. I think it was in this one.
Yeah, we'll see.
Yeah. Might be misremembering, but I'm pretty sure it was like... Anyway.
One of them.
And then it was really cool to get the explore 100% of the map on the entropy phase of King Priest, because it was like rolls to the right 100%. Like this square was the last bit.
It's like, I'm kind of busy right now, but I appreciate it.
Oh, and it was also really weird to get like both achievements for defeating the final boss and completing the game like at the same time.
Complete the story?
Yeah.
Or complete everything?
No, the story, yeah. Like instead of waiting for the final cutscene or the credits or something, it was like beat the boss, beat the story. It was like, okay, that sure had to be 2 achievements, I guess.
You actually noticed that in a lot of games that I played lately is that the achievements pop before you even know like the results, or like before the cutscene plays or something. Like there was like I was playing Team Sonic Racing, recently, and there are achievements for doing specific challenges in a run. It's like, finish first place with whatever score on this challenge. And so, the results screen, the drum roll, the who wins, but the achievement already popped, and it's like, I know I got it. It's like, witness whatever character dying in the final cutscene. Pops before the cutscene
When the
plays. And
cutscene
you're like,
starts.
thanks.
Yeah.
Do you know something that I worked on that is completely inconsequential and not important and nobody pays attention to it?
Go ahead.
It's the enemy health bars, like the small animations, like how long, your recent damage is like maintained, so you see it, and then like the subtle shake when you like deal a lot of damage to enemies and stuff.
That's cool.
Because like I was like, health bar it needs to be overcomplicated. This isn't enough.
Sounds like you.
Yeah, I just always want to go like super hard on feedback, that satisfying factor. But you have to do it without dragging the team down with your stupid ideas of like, we have to have 6 artists to work on this now instead of working on important things.
But the flare though.
Yeah, it's just it wasn't that satisfying quite yet to hit enemies.
It's
So,
totally
like, yeah,
about the health bar, guys. Trust me.
Yeah, and I think it does matter a lot, but
Oh no, yeah,
people
yeah.
don't like consciously think about it at all. Oh yeah, you surely seen these things because we named them separately. I know, but the traps that don't kill you but they respawn you like right next to it.
What?
That was
Sorry.
also like, the traps that would kill you but you respawn right in front of them
Yeah.
instead. Like you don't go back to checkpoints.
Yeah,
Like
thanks.
this trap section here. That was also like, player feedback. So
Mm.
that was also valuable to know. Like, yeah, obviously people don't like to get one shot killed by traps. Duh. But, it's like, if nothing's a danger, there's no real penalty for messing up sometimes, then the trap just might as well not be there. So there's that
Hmm.
fine balance. So we had to like pick specific trouble sections that are too punishing, but not use it like generally everywhere.
Hmm.
Like that's what makes a game to play is challenges and you have to overcome them. So you can't remove all the challenges, but you have to remove ones that are just annoying.
Yeah, it has to feel fair and balanced, I guess.
It has to be annoying on the right parts.
Yeah. Again, I think a big um aspect of it is like it has to be difficult at first. You have to feel like you're learning or that you're progressing, and it has to feel satisfying to beat. It cannot be like, thank fuck that's over, I never want to do it again, that was shit, even when you do succeed.
I mean, half agree because going commando range only max percent, specifically the Angela fight. When I first did it, I was like, never again. It, like, I love the rest of the challenge. It just sucks that this fight is so bad that I won't do this challenge again.
Hmm.
And then I did it like 3 more times, and now it's just one of my favorite parts. Because I mastered it, and I no longer feel that it's as annoying or impossible.
Yeah.
It's more like a routine.
Yeah, I mean, obviously not all players are gonna, and that is like a self-imposed masochist challenge, but like, even in casual gameplay, not all players are gonna feel satisfied with like beating the boss or all the bosses or like.
Yeah, it's as a wise man once said, if someone wants to run headfirst into a wall and hurt themselves, let them, but don't push players headfirst into a wall. Don't ask what kind of person said that.
Yeah, the other thing was when checking the credits here, like, did you back the game too, or like being on the dev team it doesn't count?
Oh, I did back it as well,
Okay, so you should
and I
also.
did get a thing.
Sorry.
Yeah, and I did get a thing like an entry.
Like Zeldrene.
Nope.
Oh. Like Shira.
You have one guess.
Left.
I could make a joke there, but I don't think you know the reference.
I don't know. I mean, Shira is there.
Yes.
Is that you?
Maybe.
What was the reference that I might not know?
You asked left, and I wanted to make a left shark joke, but I don't know if you
Wait.
know the.
I said left, yeah, because you said you had one guess. You have one guess, and I said like one guess left, or that my guess was right. I wasn't sure if you were confirming that it was Shira, or like that I said like I guessed wrong twice, so I had one guess left.
No, yeah, like I didn't want to confirm it, but it was like you got it. Yeah.
Gotcha. But then what was the reference?
The left shark was the reference that But I don't know if you know about the whole left shark meme.
I don't.
Because when you said left, I was like, is that like a 600 IQ joke from you making a guess? And it's like you say left and I say shark, and it's like, yep, it's somehow related to the thing that is actually the name that I chose to put on.
I don't. What? Left shark dancing fail Super Bowl.
Yeah, it's a whole thing.
Yeah, I did not know about that. Okay, so like I don't know if there had like if it had to be a specific tier to be in here. Like I did there's like the $1 one and then there's like the next one I think is Vanguard.
Yeah, I'll check the Kickstarter page because I'm
But yeah.
curious which one.
As you can see, no Alados, and no AD. I mean, there's an Adrian, but definitely not me. But I thought the I don't know if you can check the credits from the main menu. Yes.
Okay, it says like the $59 one tier had the in-game.
Sorry?
It was the $60 backer tier. I think the lowest one that had the you can put a name on the backers.
Yeah, in the in-game. But then I mean, this might take a while because, like, I think it's after all the external contractors. Oh, by the way, do you mind that I Leo DiCaprio like that your real name? Should I take that out of the VOD or do you not mind?
I'm pretty sure it's front and center on my ArtStation page.
Yeah.
Which is where I done like a lot of my like promo.
Okay.
As well, so I'm just checking in on my ArtStation because now I'm like, what did I even have on? I didn't touch it in years.
Oh my god. Hi, Chike, at 2 a.m. I mean, I hope you were asleep because you said you have to wake up early. Yeah, okay.
I haven't seen Chike since like yesterday, holy shit.
Yeah. Also, happy Tau Day. I mean, happy Chupai Day. 6/28.
True.
You thought the shirt was coincidental? I love the Hungarian localization. It's like, but you're there.
I wish like you could slow down the credits or like stop them because I was looking through all those names you said like at the end because I wanted to know also like who is everyone there. And I wanted to look for some specific names I remember from backers.
Gotcha.
But it was just kept scrolling. I was like, wait, I didn't find the thing yet. And then that letter passed in alphabetical, and then I couldn't go back.
Yeah, also personal thanks, I guess.
Yo, Sapphire, what the hell?
Yo, Peppers! The Queen of Smiles created by James Silva.
Hell yeah, shout out to James.
Okay, here we go. This is like way more people, you know? And then like Allah,
Yeah.
there's one Allah and that's it. And this is like more people for sure than what was in game, because like this goes on forever and it's 3 columns. So I thought, like, okay, $1 maybe not, but the next tier, Vanguard or whatever it was, might have been enough. But maybe I just like missed an email that I had to like put the name that I wanted there, and it wasn't enough with my username in Kickstarter. But I don't know, maybe I just misunderstood and I didn't.
I don't know if I'm even on this list, honestly.
We're an I. Ooh, have a nice
Yo,
sleep.
love you too, Fav. Have a
Love
good
you
night,
too.
pal. Have a great passing out. Have a wonderful just passing the fuck out.
R. Sebastian. Sha. Shinji. She. Shit. There was one that was out of order, I think. But yeah, I guess like there's a go faster button. I wish there was a like stop completely button. Zeldrene, there you are.
Oh, okay. I didn't even see that before. And then, like, these are lowercase? Like the alphabetical starts again or something?
Oh. And then there's Japanese and characters in Korean and whatever. Yeah, I don't know. I was expecting. Also, I think Pavis also backed it up, didn't he? I don't know. I wasn't looking for P. Flushed. But yeah, we talked about what you've done. We've talked about like the game. We've talked about like changes, updates, the evolution. I guess like, did you know when you went to work at Primal, like, did you know the kind of game they were doing and did you like, were you interested specifically in the game, or was it just because it was like a studio nearby, or
Well, I knew a bit about the game because there was maybe one short piece of like footage that you could find online on YouTube that like shows some kind of sneak peek or something of the game. So I knew what kind of game they're making when I applied. So it definitely did interest me because the RPGs and action RPGs and games like this in general are something that I'm interested in. Like it's one of my I don't know what exactly is my favorite genre. I have no idea. Because they're so like random, like racing game and platforming and shooters and RPGs and just everything, I guess. But yeah, I was definitely interested, so I did target a company with such a product. It also, of course, very heavily. It was a very heavy, like that condition. But you know, like an important thing to consider is that they're here in the same city. I didn't know too much about the game. I just saw the art and you know some gameplay, and I was like, "This is cool."
Okay. And then I guess one other thing that I wanted to talk about is the difference between working on a studio with a team and working as a solo dev on your personal project. Like, the difference is, like, if there's anything you like more on a dev team, on a studio, I guess, like, things that are easier, harder, like, the more, I assume, control or being able to delegate or being able to not worry about some aspects of the game that might not be like your forte, or like, yeah, differences in general, like what you, any of you have learned, or obviously you have learned, it's a continuous human experience, but if there's anything like that you've seen or that you've felt conscious about, like, learning at your job, that then you're like, yeah, this is what I want to do also for my project, or the opposite, like you've seen something in the industry that you're like, I'm not gonna do this on my own. Like, I don't know. Also, I guess there's relation with publishers and so on that is completely out of your hand. I don't know, like differences, and um, go as depth, as in detail, as much as you want into, like, the two experiences.
Well, that's an interesting question because I haven't thought about this too much, surprisingly, because it's a very like, it's a question that makes a lot of sense, you know. And I think like there's quite a bit of differences, I would say. One of the main advantages of working with a team that I've noticed is, you know, when you work solo, you have maybe, let's say, 3 years of experience in working with a different, like an engine specifically or something. When you go to a team where there's like 20 people who have like 10 to 20 years each, that's like a collective hundreds of years of experience that you can benefit from by asking them or having them, you know, assist you with some kind of specific thing. So it's such a, like, sharing knowledge makes that knowledge much more valuable because not only two people know it now instead of one, but the second person didn't need to spend all that time learning it. So it's a very good way to, and obviously I'm stating the obvious here, but you know, they always say like, surround yourself with people who can teach you and lift you up and help you hone your craft and then pass it down one day and do the whole cycle again. That's just in every profession, I guess, but like in game dev specifically was all the technical knowledge that I mostly benefited from, because like art, like a different artist is not going to teach me art because like it's subjective, you know. You can't, like, they can teach me their style maybe, but it's not like every, like, my style will eventually evolve into exactly what they're already doing, you know, because everybody has their own style. But in more technical areas, there are objectively better ways to do something, or more efficient or more effective ways to do something, like handling a damage system. Like maybe I write a damage system myself on an own project, but somebody who's been writing damage systems for 20 years just knows the best practices already and just can, I can learn from that. So yeah, that kind of like seeing how people who have experience in this, how they have done these specific things, that is very like helpful. And it's just cool to see different ways of how different people approach problems. And then I can just, you know, cheat and pick the best of both worlds, and you know, make optimizations myself later on personal projects, ignore some things they do that I don't agree with, take on other best practices that do work really well. So there's that whole knowledge sharing benefit, long story short. But then there's the disadvantage, of course, of in a team, and this isn't like specifically Primal Games, this is every team ever. There's more administration overhead if there's multiple people that have to be synced up. So when you have like a new idea and you want to start implementing it, you have to first write a design document and then create tasks and tickets, and project managers have to be involved in, you know, splitting up the tasks to this is the art part, this is code, this is localization, this is whatever. And then everybody then hold a meeting, a kickoff meeting or something like, hey everyone, just so you know, like we're gonna work on this new thing just so everybody knows what it's about. And then everybody now is on the same page and then they can start work. But that can take days, you know, or something. And maybe if there's more urgent tasks that everybody else is working on, then maybe it's parking somewhere for weeks or months and we'll get to it later. While if I work alone, I wake up one day and I think, hey, I want a minigame like this. And within 10 minutes or maybe an hour, there's a playable prototype, super crude version there. So I can move much faster alone because, you know, in a team, it's important that everyone's on the same page. But to get everyone on the same page, you need to spend time. So there's always going to be that overhead. And, you know, everybody knows about these horror stories of 2,000 people studios where you want to change an item to deal a bit more damage and it takes 3 weeks for it to get approved on every level and everything. So that nightmare is fortunately not at Primal because we're not that big. But yeah, like the overhead of making changes and changing plans and stuff, implementing features is much higher on a team project. And also there's the creative control part, which is like, I want to put in something, but everybody thinks it's a stupid idea that doesn't fit the game, so we probably don't want to put it in. And it's, you know, it's kind of like a good and a bad, because if you have other people to tell you that this is a stupid idea, we shouldn't do this, you might have saved a lot of time.
Yeah.
Because you didn't even start on that.
It's like skip to playtesting mentally.
Yeah. And then, you know, when you work on your own projects, there's nobody to tell you that that's a stupid idea. And you might spend 2 months implementing like a base building system and you're like, this doesn't really fit the game, or it's not fun.
Yeah.
So it's good that people can filter out bad ideas and inefficient things or things that don't match the game's, whatever the game's going for. But it's also bad because in some games, like a totally random feature that was not planned to be added ends up being one of the best features because it's just it's such a like a brave, bold move of why did they wake up one day and think let's add a driving minigame, and it's one of the best things in the game. It's like not the perfect example, obviously, but like the Infernox crate in Ouya. It's like we need to come up with boxes and we have like 1 or 2 weeks. Let's just throw it in. And in some games, that Infernox crate turns out to be one of the fan favorite features. And it was somebody's crazy idea. And you know, anyway, I don't want to ramble too much about this, sorry, but
No.
yeah, there's the creative freedom, which having less of is good and bad for the reasons I mentioned.
Because it's also easier to, and it's not a personal attack, but it's easier to feature creep if you don't have anyone stopping you.
Yeah. True, yes.
Like it's easier.
I know I'm guilty of that.
If there's a team of people and also like administration work that defines the scope and has like a set end and some deadline or something pushing or limiting certain aspects can also incentivize like being done, having something playable, not going on a tangent, not doing like, but it also restricts like the creative vision, or like if there's an idea that didn't fit that like planning.
Yeah, it's
You're
kind
not
of
in
the
power.
eternal Yeah, it's the eternal battle of creatives don't like to be limited. They want unlimited creative freedom and unlimited resources to do all of it. And then there's the people who like technical coders and technical people who have to help make those things. They don't want to do a bunch of stupid shit that's not going to end up working. So you have to know like what limitations do we put in place before we even begin. And it's just always tricky to cut out the right parts because every project is going to have like a deadline and, you know, specific budget. But then budget allocation of what was that extra little feature creep that was actually really important. Like let's say Ratchet and Clank 1 is almost finished and we can do one of two things. We can put in weapon leveling or another planet. And it's like weapon leveling is a whole new system. We already have a system for planets. We can easily make another planet. It's safer, it's cheaper, it's faster. And some creative design person was like, yeah, but imagine if weapons leveled up. Like that would be so cool. But obviously the safer call is just to make another planet.
Yeah.
But maybe that doesn't add too much anymore. And allocating that same budget on like this new crazy idea would have been, you know, better for the game overall. So it's tricky. So I don't envy like project managers and people who have to do the budget allocations
Yeah.
and all that stuff. Which, oh, thank God I don't have to do in personal projects. It's like it just spiral out of scope forever.
Yeah.
And I never have to answer to anyone, but my game is also never gonna get made, so, you know.
I mean, there's also
You win some, you lose some.
um there's also a thing in both creative and technical jobs, but also like tasks or um, works, I guess, or that like especially like when it's a job and it's like to earn money at the end of the day, because that's the system we live in. It always equates time to money, and then like there's the deadlines, and this is to like pay someone and whatever. And the planning is always like milestones and having things and like estimating how long things will take, and estimating how things take in creative and technical tasks is like an impossible challenge, especially when it's like a new thing that you're doing for the first time, or like you're coming up with how things are gonna work or how things are gonna be done. Because like you might think that something like will take no time, and then like you find the weirdest technical issue that is not even in your hand to fix, because it's just like a software you're using, like the engine, or like a specific software or framework or code or environment or whatever. And then that like throws the entire planning, and or like your day was gonna be do all of this, but then like on your first bit you have to invest like hours and hours into this little thing that no one cares about, no one knows about, because no one will see that, because like the whole point is that it will work by the end of it, but instead of taking 5 minutes it took 6 hours.
Yeah, that happens a lot with my personal project. Not as much. I don't deal as much with it on this game, like on Mandragora specifically. But yeah, the whole thing of I need to add a small thing, which first turns out needs 10 times as much as expanding a system or scaling some kind of feature to support this new thing. And yeah, that's really hard to see coming like beforehand. And it's really just comes down to experience. Like
Yeah.
if like 30 years from now somebody comes to me and says, should we put an inventory system into this game? And I'm like, okay, that's gonna take 3 months. You think it's gonna take a week? It's gonna take 3 months.
Yeah.
Like that kind of thing is just. I've seen this before, you know. You have to collect a lot of I've seen this before experiences, I guess.
Also, and I guess like I'm talking from my experience and point of view, so let me know if you have other experiences. But I feel like also between like a personal thing and a team, you also have like well, I guess in coding there's like, you know, how coding styles, and like if you don't have a guideline or best practices or like something, a base that is maintained and everyone follows the same standards, when you're trying to review someone else's code, it's sometimes it can be a nightmare, especially if it was done like I'm dealing like now I've had to look at things that have been coded like before I was even born. I see like the edit log and it's like I don't know, like 1994 this change was made to avoid this bug, and I'm like, great.
That's ancient. That's like they insert the pop culture reference somewhere.
Yeah, so like I guess there's a lot of sharing knowledge when you're in a team, but also there's a lot of having to learn what other people have done, other people have made. What you said about like making everyone like be on the same page and keep up and so on. And when that doesn't happen, when it's like on your side, just like when you have to reverse engineer something, when you have to like adapt something that has done that someone else has done, when you have to extend the system that was already in place and it wasn't your design, it wasn't like your design decisions, or I don't know, it's too ancient to be compatible with something new, and whoever said that you had to add whatever didn't take that into account, so like again you're losing a day trying to make it compatible or trying to find a way to bring it up to a new software or whatever. But like, yeah, there's like when you're in a team there's also like a lot of external stuff, like shit that gets thrown into you, and you have to like take 20 steps back to actually like be on the point where you're like, okay, now I know what I have in my hands, now I know what I'm doing, now I know what this is doing, now I know like why things were done like this, etc. Whereas when it's all your stuff, you can be like, okay, I might remember more or less because like it might be last week, it might be 3 years ago, but I know I did this. I can't like remember more or less. It's my style of coding. In my case, or like maybe my, you know, this design decisions. I can look up where's the documentation for this. I can look up the comments. I can, like, if I have to adapt it, I know the implications of it. I'm not fucking up like someone else's work. I'm not fucking up like something else that connects to this. I'm not like not considering something that they might have thought out. It's just like, I can do this, I can do it now, I can do it because I know I don't have to invest like a lot of time making sure that this little change doesn't affect like someone else's stuff.
Yeah, regression check is like half the time. It takes half the time of any new update we do to make sure we don't break everything to pieces. And like that also comes with, you know, somebody has to know the entire system and all the code to know like if there's coder A who says like, I put in this new variable to this class, and then somebody else knows like that is referenced somewhere totally different that I did 8 years ago. That's now gonna break because of this. So before you do that, let's talk about this. You know, like someone has this whole wiki page of roughly the map of the entire project and what's related to what, to know what specific changes could break and everything. Of course, there's always the you break and then you figure out why and then you fix it, but you want to avoid that, of course.
I don't.
But also, like, it's good that you mentioned this whole like looking at somebody else's code, which is, very nowadays you can say like, oh, it's cool because every coder will have the same Copilot generated
Oh
content
God.
or ChatGPT code or whatever. So everybody will have uniform coding style.
Everyone
But
will have terrible code regurgitated by a language, basically like a text predictor.
yeah, I'm not sure where if that's a good thing. Like definitely not. But like I don't know where that will evolve if it will be good or not. But like I noticed this that about 4 or 5 years ago, when I started like some projects, some solo projects, I was like since then I'm making all the code as if someone is gonna read that because I still don't know if I'm gonna ever draw in somebody else to these projects later. And I want them to look at things and understand what's what, to color code, to comment everything, to name everything in specific conventions and specific like, naming conventions to use them. And that came in handy working on Mandragora because if I did any scripts, the way I color code label and flag everything and put comments in to explain what does what and what section of the script is responsible for what, all of that is so that if somebody else, like maybe I'm not even at the company and somebody else wants to make a extension to that script that I wrote, they should be able to easily understand which part did what and then, modify it as needed. And this already happened to some extent. Like our quests, like somebody on our team who's responsible for quests was able to take something about the cursed house level that, and was able to implement different quest objective updates into what I already put there because it was like following the same protocol that the team already had, and I also commented everything. And I even put like empty comment boxes like future quest hooks here. This is a space where you can just plug in quests later if needed or sound effects. And then they were able to use that. So this kind of thing takes extra time, of course, but if you work on a team, it is really helpful, and people should do this, in my opinion. And so right now, this is taking time from my personal project as well, that I'm doing solo and I'm leaving comments as if somebody else is working, but somebody else might be working, so...
And somebody else might be you in the future. Like, you
Yeah.
finish this project, you leave it alone for some years, and then you do some other game and you're like, oh wait, I did this system that was like versatile and I could use it again. And you have completely forgotten like how did you code that. So like when you go in, you will see your past self like tooltips and helps and comments.
Yeah, like that. I'm happy I do this now because like just like last week I was working on the code for skating in Shiro's Adventure, and I was like, why is this weird piece of code like this doesn't like this isn't how this should be handled? But there was a comment bubble collapse, and I opened it. It's like this was put in because otherwise this thing breaks completely. And I was like, oh, I remember now. Yeah. So yeah, doing this is extra important on a team as well.
And then there's also something that I feel like on the knowledge sharing side, there's also like you can have like templates and code snippets and things that like can be reusable, but they need to be like well documented or like commented and so on. And like if someone has already fought, you know, quote unquote fought or like struggle to find a way to do a specific thing, don't make someone else go through the same hurdle. I mean, obviously it's also a learning experience. It's not the same to actually like work your way towards like having it solved than actually like seeing how it's done like from the get-go. But everyone will have their own like situation. So if someone else at your like in your team last day, week, month, year, you know, or in a previous project or in wherever, has already like solved an issue that took them more than 5 minutes, it's usually a good idea to have like some kind of like a YouTube tutorial, you know, like a quick way to guide through like the situation, or even like have a working piece of software that can be plug and play or can be adapted to, can be versatile, like again templates or snippets. And of course I'm bringing that onto my field as always, but I see the correlation or the correspondence with like systems in a game, like, you know, from UI to combat to health bars to any kind of like technical thing that can be reused in several games or in different parts of the same game, etc. Like not only go see how it's done like in context, but also like if you want that, you have like just in a little box with a bow tie, with like what you have to plug in, what comes out, how you can change parameters, etc.
Yeah, this whole modular design is something I literally started doing this morning on my project, because I know I keep talking about my project and it's not even like a stream about that.
No, I mean it's a stream about you right now. So I feel so
Oh, ew.
so I'm the one just yapping too much about myself. Sorry.
Well, I can tie this to topic. Okay, so
Thank you.
I seen at the company how we use a lot of components that are multifunctional and can be used for all kinds of different assets to do all kinds of things. But you know, then you modify the component and everything that uses it also has that modified, so you don't have to rewrite the same code like 60 times.
Mm-hmm.
And so that was my segue into my personal project where I moved a lot of functionality, started moving them into components like this morning to, because I realized like, oh, you have a button that opens a door, but maybe you want to have a object that you break that also opens the door, and you want to have a character that you talk to and that opens the door. And so I should move the open the door thing into a component and then just put it on everything else. And so I saw this a lot in Mandragora too, that a lot of the experienced team was using a lot of components, and it's not a coincidence. So that was like one thing I took away, for example, like literally in practice, took away recently, and started implementing it in other projects.
Yeah.
So that's, for example, a cool way to see, like, you know, you go into a place where people know what they're doing and they're experienced, and you see, why is everything covered in red tape or whatever? Like, maybe that's
Yeah.
the wrong phrase to use. Like, why is everything using like green paint? It's like, maybe in 8 years I'll learn why. So I should just start using green paint now and then learn later. But that comes back to what you said of like, it's a learning experience if you figure out why. But that doesn't mean you shouldn't use it from the get-go. You should just still spend time afterwards to understand why that was done that way.
Yeah.
Because that's why I don't like tutorials and these plugins and everything. Because in Unreal Engine, what I do right now is I try to fix a problem. I really can't. I look up a tutorial. 50% chance somebody have a solution. 50% chance I'm not finding anything. So it usually goes like, try it myself. If I can't, try to look for resources.
Hmm.
No resources available. Go back to Wonderlands, try to figure out again. And I do that loop until I eventually break or find a solution. Because, after I spend 8 hours trying to do something, I check again online, like, is there really nothing? Like, I'll dig deeper.
Hmm.
And it's like, nope, nothing. And I can't fix it. And then I try for a week and I can't fix it. And like, is there really nothing online? And there's this loop
Yes.
until eventually something gives. That's a tangent, sorry, but that's just a fun thing I noticed that I do.
No. There was, speaking of like, well, I thought of two things. One is, in Dreams, you had the different elements that you could like put in collections, and then like one you could remix them, and two to have like their hierarchy and like genealogy. So like you could have basically like a template, and then like a parent and then child, like you could have inheritance like that. Um, and then you could like just plop assets into scenes and dreams and so on. Um, and the cool thing was, like, if you had your microchip with lots of logic inside, and like whatever, like I don't know, a door that opens under certain conditions or whatever, or like something that is also like with parameters and so on, you could have like everything hidden away on a microchip, and then like put an input node visible floating in the sky, like in the air next to the object. So I tried to do it for the things that I published. I tried to do like, okay, this is like logic that you don't need to look. Like you can obviously if you want to know how everything works and the like insides of everything. But really, if you just want this, it's just like connect the thing where it says like input of whatever, like I don't know, player sensor and opening time and whatever, uh, and then like, or opening direction, and this way you can have a door that goes like this or like that, or like open to like pull or push or whatever, like um, and the same thing for this is like an object that has a lot of logic in between, like inside, but then it outputs like 3 signals, and you only need to like get these 3 signals for whatever you want. So Dreams also like made it easy to make things modular and make elements and so on, and then like also by default it hid microchips away, but not like those nodes floating in the air. So like you could plop that and be like, okay, I need 3 of this, and like plop plop plop, and then you just connect them easily, and that's it. So the modular design was easy to implement, and then to talk about the um, looking online and like having a roadblock that you weren't expecting. The other day, I was calling an API on a software that had like a method, like a function to like get some information, right? And it was international names, so most of them were in English, but some of them were in Spanish, in German, and even in Japanese. So some of them had like ñes, some of them had umlauts, accents, the German S thing that looks like a B or a beta. And in Japanese there were like kanas and kanjis to be interpreted. So I lost a long amount of time, like longer than I want to admit, trying to figure out, because like when I got a string, like a piece of text with any of those weird characters, it got like when I showed it on screen, it was completely wrong. It was like a chain of nonsense. Which, if your language, if you viewer watching, your language has characters that are not, in the regular English alphabet you might be familiar with. Sometimes letters with accents, or special characters like that getting transformed into a different character, and sometimes this is because it's not Unicode, and then it gets under like translated into some other. It gets encoded or decoded as a different thing, and then it doesn't like get translated into the same symbol because you're seeing text, but the computer has ones and zeros at the background. It has to change that into a character, right? So I looked up like all the fucking code pages, because like it was coming, like it should have been interpreted as Unicode, but it wasn't being interpreted as Unicode. I thought maybe like the source was saying like the encoding wrong, but no, because if I used another software to just make the same call, I read the Japanese text correctly, and I was like, how is this possible? Like I need to use the other tool, like it's the only way. And then apparently that function was deprecated and there was a new one because the old function was using like Windows 1252 or whatever, a different code page that is like not Unicode. And like I found that the encoding was that one because like the characters were reinterpreted as what matched if I used that encoding. It was just the encoding was not reversible because some Unicode characters did not match with any of the Windows whatever the fuck, so they got transformed into an unknown, and then you cannot transform an unknown back into Unicode. So I was like, how the fuck do I get this? And I looked online and there was no way of like going back. I found the things about the encoding, the decoding, but it was like in general, I could not find anything else. And then like in one of those, I'll just call the function again or whatever, or see like if there's any extra parameters on the documentation. It was like, see also another function that it looks like mostly the same, and I'm like, oh, let's try with this other function. Note, this function is recommended because the other one is like deprecated, and it's like, oh, thank you.
There should be like a indication on deprecated functions themselves.
Yeah.
To not use them, but whoops.
Or I think
Yeah.
there was definitely nothing indicating the old one was deprecated, because like I would have seen that. And then I went back to check, like, did I just miss it? But there was some indication of like, this is the new version, or this is the function made for like version whatever, like a new version of this is recommended of you to use. And I'm like, great, thank you. Should have put it somewhere else than in the C also, like related thing of the documentation of the deprecated one. But yeah, I just used that function, Japanese text came correctly, and I was like, great, I just lost 3 hours for like, and I made hundreds of lines of code trying to, I mean like in chunks of 10, like trying to correct this, and it was just like, instead of one line.
Yeah, that's familiar to me as well, and it's like I spent when I was making like the grappling hook mechanic in my project.
Which one?
I did like all this in the shark game. I was like, okay, I have to calculate input like incline or incident tangents, and then calculate rotate whatever. And then I did it. I spent like 2 days, but I did it, and then I learned out that there's literally a single function in Unreal that just does all of that because it's like a commonly used geometrical translation, whatever. And I was like, cool, thank you. But you know what? I don't feel bad about it because at least now I understand what that built-in function does exactly. And so I don't take it as a complete L, just like a half L.
Yeah.
But to like steer back onto the whole team thing, today as well was exactly a example of this. I tried to do a function and it wouldn't work, and so I got live, like real-time support from our coder team, who immediately helped and exposed a new parameter that allowed me to do the thing I wanted. Or they said like, this is a different approach to do it, and we've made this function already because this kind of thing needed to be done in the past as well, and exactly what you're trying to do already made this other thing for it. So it's really cool to work in a team where I can just say, I can't solve this, I have a problem. And I don't go online, I go to the team, like chat, whatever channels.
Yeah.
And then there's people, helping alive. And so shout outs to the coder team as well and the technical people who made features specifically in Unreal Engine or like just made specific tools or functionality just to make this game specifically. Like the way we set up the map, for example, in this game specifically is not like a built-in Unreal thing. Like we made a map system and we said we need a easier way to look for things that are not set up correctly, and like technical people immediately helped. Like, okay, we put in these automatic checks, it prints errors here, and you click this button and it will bring you up exactly where to fix what. And it's like, that is very helpful. So yeah, like shout outs to the technical team for supporting the design team on whatever we needed, because they always helped us with tools and stuff. So that is something you wouldn't have if you work alone.
Yeah, you have like online help, but not like direct people that have experience in something and they're reliable and readily available because they work with you.
Yeah, it's like I can't Google like how to fix map system in Mandragora because
Yeah.
we're the only ones working on it. It's like the reverse of how do I build a bomb? Okay, how do I build a bomb in Minecraft? I didn't want an actual one. And now the stream is on some kind of watch list. I'm sorry.
Oh, YouTube is gonna love this. Yeah, actually, when you said like today, this exact thing happened. Today, this exact thing happened to me too, because and it's also one of the best things at work, because like, it's also a small company and there's people with lots of experience and lots of knowledge in specific fields. And even if they're busy, they always have like a moment for you to like solve any, like, within reasonable limit, but like any questions you might have in their field of expertise, or like point you in the right direction, or like send you resources, or tell you like, okay, yeah, I've found this before and it's gonna be this. Like today I found an error in a database that just like it worked perfectly, and then I did something and it took like 20 minutes to complete, and I was like, what? And I always try to be like as precise as possible too, because I know they're busy, and I'm like, here's some screenshots of exactly what I'm getting. This is like the situation when it works right. This is the situation where it doesn't work. I see this warning, but I don't know what it means. I don't know where to look. Like, I don't know what it's warning me about. And they were like, oh yeah, if this happens, do this, this, and that. And I was like, perfect. And it worked.
Yeah, that kind of reminded me of an adjacent point, which is working on a team really taught me to write tasks and descriptions and everything very clearly, briefly, only critical information, but everything important should be included.
Yeah.
And it should not be like misunderstandable or vague or whatever. So like communication, that kind of falls under communication skills, I guess. That is something that it does teach you a lot, because it's in everyone's best interest, so that the first iteration that a coder, for example, does of a feature is exactly everything and nothing more than what was written down in the design. for, you know, efficiency's sake. And so that is something that I think I've gotten a lot better in, for example. So Al, if you ever want to, you know, work on,
Chart game.
join me. I have clear documentation.
I mean, I've never said no. Or
Yeah,
I've
that's
never
gonna be
said
your
never, I
downfall one
guess.
day. So do you want some rapid fire fun facts?
Sure, yeah. Of course.
Okay, here we go.
Here we
To
go.
wrap
New
this up, 'cause
timestamp.
it's
Fun
like-
facts by Zell. Future me. Remember, whatever time it is.
Okay, so I looked up today, just I was curious, of how many bugs I reported so far. And apparently it was 835.
Okay.
I thought it was like 300, but I guess the game was way more broken at first. Or I was just too nitpicky. And also the first bug I ever reported was just as trivia. I looked it up and it was if you crouch in front of a door and pressed interact to go through, you cannot go through because the interaction is blocked, but it would flip the player around in the other direction, which was just funny because you could keep flipping back and forth for no reason. I'm sorry, Al.
Yeah,
It works.
like this and enter.
Yeah, I don't know if we allow interaction now.
Yeah.
Okay, I guess it's blocked. Yeah, sorry. That was me. You can't have fun with it now. Man, we patched so many fun things, but they had to be patched.
Killjoy.
Okay, favorite bug ever
Oh, you do
that I
have one.
found. Yes, so it was related to the Phoenix talent,
Okay.
which is your favorite. So what used to happen is there's like unique execution animations from some enemies if you get hit and killed by something.
Mm-hmm.
And the caretakers can, you know, bite off your head if
Yes.
they kill you with the grab attack, and they like throw you away or whatever. And so what the Phoenix used to do, and I had way too much fun with this, is when you're about to get killed by the grab attack and have the head biting animation,
Hmm.
but if you have Phoenix, you would have like the player character gets flagged as needs to be killed by that animation, but then the Phoenix doesn't let you die, and so you store that animation. And the next time you die to anything, it plays that animation because that override is on the character. So what used to happen is you use Phoenix to save yourself from that execution, kill the boss or whatever, just reload the game, and then you die to anything, like die to poison damage or fall off a cliff. And you just fall to the ground, you land, and then you lift into the air, you like wiggle around a bit, your head gets chopped off, and you just get thrown to the side, and it's like there's nothing there. And I made this like stupidest like internal clip that I uploaded to the shared folders of my friends say I'm too dramatic, and you fall down like 2 meters and you start like wiggling, blood everywhere, and you're like thrown to the side, which is like the overreaction. So that used to be my favorite thing, of just dying to the tiniest things with that over the top animation.
I'm so glad there's
I
a
said
clip
it was
of
gonna be stupid. Unfortunately, we had to patch it.
Yeah, that's why I'm so glad that there's a clip of it.
Yeah, I don't know if I could ever share that, but maybe I'll ask about it. I always said it would make for a great like social media post, but that time kind of passed. If we now post that, it's like, look at how buggy the game is. That's not the best image.
Throwback Thursday to like 6 years ago. Like wink.
Yeah, like a making of
Yeah.
or something like that, where they
Okay.
show games in early phase. Like, why not? It's better than the Real Guard lady on Rec 1. So.
It's better than Assassin's Creed Unity was on release.
Yeah, I guess.
Wait, what's the new one? There was
Uh,
Mind's Eye, right? Or Mind Eye, or something like that.
oh, that's not Assassin's Creed, but it's
No, yeah, no, I mean the new like,
I thought you meant what's the newest Assassin's Creed.
no, it's Shadows. Yeah.
Yeah, Mind's Eye is weird. Like I was following it, like just to see like what is this about? Like how is this gonna launch? But no official comment. You know, as a member of Primal Games Studio, but as a personal comment, I'm like, is anybody surprised?
Yeah.
But yeah,
I
anyway.
mean, remember, anyone criticizing the game is actually a paid asset by Rockstar because they're afraid. Because it's a GTA 6
Yeah,
killer or whatever.
game, like not journalism, but like marketing and promotions should stop with like personal social media posts. Like just don't. Okay, so unrelated fun fact and advice to every aspiring game developer out there:
Oh.
elevators don't. Ladders don't.
Oh,
There's so many bugs. They're never finished. They're never perfect. And when you think, like, just think about this. There's an elevator, and you have a spell that you put on the floor. Does the spell move with the elevator? Does it stop moving when the elevator stops moving? If it leaves a trail, does it smear it across the entire elevator shaft? What happens to an enemy when you start the elevator and the enemy's on the elevator or under the elevator? What happens if you jump on the elevator or crouch or roll on the elevator? What happens if you roll off the elevator? I swear, like, we had, like, when we have bug tickets, we have specific meta tags that you gotta acknowledge.
elevator.
And we have elevator and ladder is probably like two of our most populated like tags for bugs. And it gets to a point where coders are like, is this an elevator bug? Yes. Just put it on won't do and just like does it cause the game to crash? No. Okay, then we're not touching it. We fixed like 600. I think we're done. And of course, we always eventually have to fix the critical issues. But man, just to everyone, save yourselves brain cells and the will to live. And just don't really do elevators. Only do elevators in one case, which is the boring one. Locked interaction, cannot move the character, can only start it off combat. Have it be a loading screen even. Just unload the entire level while it happens, so nothing can break. That's the one way if you
Except the
wanna
entire level
be
you're
sure.
loading.
Yeah, you load in the next level and the entire level moves with the elevator because somebody attached the entire elevator script to the whole level.
Oh, that
So yeah,
reminded,
just
not the moving the entire level, but the elevator things, the smear specifically reminded me. In Hollow Knight, it's really funny to charge, the crystal dash while in an elevator because you leave a crystal trail when it charges. Like usually it just like spawns around you, but because around you is moving, it just leaves a vertical trail.
yeah, those are fun and this happens in like I think in Mandragora as well. Like there's some effects on the character that you like drag behind you as a trail,
Hmm.
which looks cool. And as long as it doesn't break anything, like it's fine.
Hmm.
But telling a VFX artist like you put like a firewall, like the wall of flame, halfway on the elevator. That's even worse. Because if you put it on or next to it, sure. But if it's halfway on, does it get cut in half and half of it goes up and half of it stays down? Like, there's so many technical questions. So, I think this is common knowledge at this point among developers, but still a disclaimer to aspiring ones. Just, just avoid it if you can. Just don't. Okay, but that's it on elevators.
Okay.
Next fun fact. There were over maybe around like 320 or so talent ideas
All by
that I've
you.
written up. Yeah, that I've written up
Oh, okay.
in the first like big pool
Okay.
that I contributed. And so if you look at your talent tree, there's like 20 large talent nodes on this. I never counted them, but
15?
yeah, maybe. So
Oh, wait. I think I missed the bottom ones. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. I think.
okay, so that's 20 classes worth of talents. I
Yeah.
mean, options are always good.
But
Yeah,
did
that's
you
just dumbass trivia.
did you like do them already knowing the classes? So like knowing like this one is for this class, this one is for this class, or did you just like invent? Like,
Oh yeah, I knew the classes, so
uh,
I didn't start making talents for like classes that don't even exist.
no, like just talents that could be adapted to like one spell or the other, you know, like depending on this deals light damage, this deals chaos damage. Success.
Yeah, no, I had the 6 classes, so I knew which ones.
Gotcha.
And I wasn't writing any ideas for Heretic, the Flame Weaver guy, because that was like mostly finished. So for 5 classes,
Hmm.
there were like 320 ideas, and that's not counting, of course, the ones that other people also thrown in as ideas. So there's a lot of talents, and then you have to pick the best ones.
Mhm.
And even then, as soon as they're all done, you kind of want to change half of them. You're like, I have better ideas now, but we're not touching them anymore. Game has to be finished at some point.
Hmm. So of
Next
those,
fun fact, yeah, go ahead.
maybe it is one of the fun facts, but of those 320, how many were adapted into actual talents? Do you know?
Well,
16 by
not
4?
sure. Not sure because like most of the ones that are in the game now were selected iterations of those.
Hmm.
So like maybe 50.
Hmm.
Very rough estimate, maybe 60.
I mean, if I mean, this class you said that you didn't have that much influence in, right? And like fire none, this one not that much.
Yeah, Vanguard and Flame Weaver were the 2 ones that were mostly that were in the best stage with already existing talents.
So really, if there's 16 times 4, it's 64. So if 60 are your ideas, goddamn.
I mean, kinda, yeah. 55, 60 probably. That's why I always say, like, if you like the talents, all me. If you don't like them, it wasn't me. No, but like, obviously, it's. I keep saying this, but it's not like my talents. It's. I give the base, I give the ideas, and then we brainstorm together, and then we're like, it's cool talents, but it shouldn't trigger on kill. It should trigger every time you hit something.
Hmm.
And then it shouldn't heal you, it should grant you a shield instead, which is almost the same thing, but it's a bit more balanced and whatever. And then we slowly iterate on until we reach like the final version. And like another like fun fact maybe is that
Yeah, go for it.
both side like either side of each talent tree was had talents that had the neighboring trees in mind, which is like obviously.
Yeah.
But like we had like a specific goal of neighboring classes should combo well,
Mm-hmm.
and it was like we could do that in most classes. There's some like neighboring ones that don't interact that deeply with each other, but uh, most of them were planned with that in mind. So we had like, okay, technically we have 6 classes, but we actually have 18 because we like started mixing the neighboring ones.
You have like the 12 neighbors.
So like, what does the Nightshade that is using chaos magic look like? What does the Spellbinder that is a bit assassiny look like? And like, how do those two neighbors interact with each other and stuff?
I mean, I'm obviously mainly Vanguard, but Fire synergizes so well with it. Like even middle Fire ones. Well, I guess not this one as much, but like Phoenix is great in general. Every 5th weapon attack triggers an explosion is just great for physical damage, like Vanguard class. This one is like weapon attacks, it reduces mana, and spell reduces, like increases physical critical chance. So like it's like alternate. This one I wasn't sure. I didn't get it because I wasn't sure if converts means that the physical weapon damage like gets cut in half first, and then
Yeah, it's like cuts it in half, and half of it is changed to be fire.
okay.
So the reason why that's good is like you can only cause, for example, burn status effect if you deal fire damage. So now you can deal fire damage with every single weapon attack, which can now burn enemies on every attack.
Yeah, which
And
is
also fire damage scales off of power. So if you have more power and less strength, then that makes all of your weapons into kind of spell weapons.
yeah.
If that's how it ended up interacting, because I know there was some conversation of should it change the scaling attribute or not? And I'm not exactly sure actually what was the final version in the end.
But yeah, like all of these really, obviously the landing for weapon attacks in quick succession. This one is insanely good. The constitution and defense increasing, physical damage, um, three weapons, 3 weapon attacks. Like those, I really like leaned and made a lot of these ones, or like activated a lot of these ones because like I could see them benefiting my regular weapon attacks. These ones, on the other hand, like the overhealing into a light barrier, I was like, I don't know what the layer barrier really is gonna like, how useful it's gonna be. Then like after not receiving any damage for 20 seconds, it's like that's a long time. But it's only to 50%, and it's just like it's all about the light barrier, and it's like I don't like it doesn't mean anything immediately. Like with the fire ones, it's like damage gets converted over time, or damage is now like, or you revive at 50%, or like physical attacks also benefit, like makes mana better, or and spell attacks make physical better. Like it's very clear things. The light barrier is like it's probably a shield. It like absorbs damage, I suppose, but I haven't played with this class to know what a light barrier is or how useful it is, you know.
Yeah, you have to read the glossary because, like, a light barrier, because it's a universal thing. We cannot write it to any specific talent or skill because, like, a lot of things interact with it, and it doesn't really belong to any of them. It's a shared mechanic, kind of.
Doesn't limit 20% of your maximum health. So that is like 100% light barrier is 20% of health.
Yep. So there's some really good synergies there, actually. Like, my go-to broken build is well, it combines like 4 different classes, which is cool because it's, multi-classing works. But it actually involves light barrier, and because it's an absorption shield, you can gain it as over health. So like if you're
Mm-hmm.
max health, you can still get more, whereas healing wouldn't do anything. And so there's another light barrier talent that extends it to be 30% of your max health instead of 20.
Mm.
So if you have a tanky vanguard, you now get more shield. And then there's that other talent, which I think is the closest to the vanguard one, the concentration, which is like every 20 seconds, if you don't get hit, you get like health light barrier. So you get a 15% max health shield basically at the start of every combat.
Hmm.
And that like with this combo, you don't need to use any astral spells to generate light barrier. And then
Mm.
the one you have below, which is overhealing,
Yeah,
is transported into light barrier. So all the bleed ticks that you deal now in
I was
combat while
gonna.
you're at max health, it stacks your shield. If you drink a flask that heals more than what you're missing, that goes into barrier.
I was gonna
And
ask
then
about the
there's
bleeding. Yeah, if the bleed heal also did this.
yeah, like every overheal should convert that can be used while you're at max health because you cannot drink a flask at max health. But
No,
if
yeah,
you're
but
missing even one, then you can, and that's a lot of shields. And there's a warden talent which is super broken with this light capacitor. There's a warden talent that every time you cause wild damage, it puts a heal over time on you. The first one in the center there, the middle center. And it's called Rejuvenation. And what it does is it's like on wild damage, it gives you heal and mana restore over
hmm.
time. So anytime you deal wild damage, you heal like over time. And this stacks any number of times. So if you keep doing a lot of wild damage, this stacks up to like 20, and then you heal really fast. And if you hit max health, it generates shield really fast.
Hmm.
And you just have to have a wild weapon or a weapon that has wild damage on it. So you put a wild runestone on, or the last part of the broken combo, if you go all the way up, and then right, there's that big talent which is Splinter Swarm. And what that does is after 5 weapon attacks, you gain an aura that ticks damage around you very quickly, and it's wild damage. So every time that ticks on any enemies individually, you get rejuvenation stacks. So you go in, you hit 5 times, this aura starts shredding people, deals a ton of wild damage, which heals you a ton with rejuvenation, which with the shield talent is a fuck ton of shields. And then you put on a ring or something that's like you deal more damage at max health, you
Mm-hmm.
take less damage at max health, and because any damage you take is coming off of the shield and you stay at max health, those rings have 100% uptime. So that is really fucking broken. But like this is how you can take like 5 different classes and you put together some combinations that is just super like interactive with each other. And this is what I try to keep in mind when designing all of these talents is the build crafting, theory crafting version, or part of the game that I think is really fun. So this is kind of an immortal vanguard, like a base build, and then you can build off of this wherever you want.
Yeah, the only thing is like how many talent points do you need to get to that? Because like it's not like you can just choose this node here. You have to make your way to it.
Yeah, it's not that bad. Like it looks really far, but it's actually like 10 or 12 or whatever levels, which is a lot. But if you have like 100 levels, there's only like 60 or 70 you need for this like for this whole build, for example, and then you have more that you can put anywhere else.
Hmm.
So yeah, all of that is just to say, like, even the Vindicator shielding thing works with Armsman or
Yeah,
any other
true, true.
class.
Yeah, if it synergizes with the bleed, I can see how well it does too.
Yeah, and you even have rings like heal when you deal critical damage.
Mhm.
And so you just have,
Wow.
if you have a crit build, that generates health and shields. Okay, I'm looking at my fun facts. And my favorite talent, just in case like anyone cares, is actually, I mean, it's difficult. There's like two that I really like. But Opportunist is probably my favorite, which is on the Nightshade one. And it's the first one in the middle, and it's the weak point
Hmm.
one. Because to me, it's like a mini game of you have to hit specific enemies from the left or right side when they get like a weak point, and you have to, and it triggers like extra damage.
Hmm.
And it's just fun. It's just cool to like sometimes have a weak point and you hit it. And I know I'm a basic gamer, but it's like you see a critical spot and then you hit it and then it deals damage. It's cool. It's cool because it's not passive. Like you have to do the thing that it needs
Hmm.
you to do.
What does
Also, a really cool
periodically
one.
mean in this case? Like, how often does that happen?
I don't know exact numbers anymore, but it's like every 10-ish seconds, maybe.
Gotcha.
Sometimes more, sometimes less, I guess. Like this is an example of what I said earlier: is how much information do we put in the tooltips?
Mhm.
Because if I'm like every 15 seconds in combat, but sometimes it's not 15 and enemies have to be nearby, and like larger enemies are prioritized so it doesn't go on the one shot small enemy where it's not useful. And then it's more frequent on bosses, and then the cooldown is skipped and always applies immediately when you enter combat on a new pack of enemies. Like there's a lot of small like background mechanics that is all like the design fine tuning of how to make this feel good.
Hmm.
But we can't write all of that in the tooltip because someone just sees a wall of text and they're like, what is this?
You periodically asterisk press R3 to expand the asterisk.
Yeah, that is one thing I appreciate in World of Warcraft's tooltip design is they have a short version, and then if you hold the modifier key, then it shows you
Hmm.
the advanced tooltip, as they call it, and that has more information. But you know, like on a controller, where do we put an extra button just for this?
That's why I
And also,
said,
like, no one wants to read it.
yeah, but that's why I said like press R3 because I know you love your pressing sticks.
Oh, I want to press R3 and L3 at the same time, like
That's like
Spartan Rage.
Spartan Rage, yeah. Love the universality.
Yeah,
Question mark.
that's one of
Um,
the few things I know about God of War. The new ones, I mean.
I mean, the old ones were the same. Like, not always Spartan Rage, but L3 and R3, I'm pretty sure in all of them triggered the.
I think it was like the ultimate weapon button on Ship Depart. No, it was a boost. Yeah, it was a boost. Like you could like charge forward and break every oncoming object with your ship and stuff. Anyway, that's nobody understands that besides us. So apologies.
Not the inside reference. Flushed.
Yeah, if you want a fun fact about 2023,
Oh.
Well, you know this, but I was actually out in Cologne, in Germany, on
Yes.
Gamescom,
Yes.
on the Mandragora presence, and
Wow, it
I saw
was
people.
2023, not 4. You're right.
Yeah, we're old. Yeah, I saw people like play like public,
Hmm.
the open demo played for the first time in person. That was really cool, and also I never flew abroad where nobody's like where I know nobody
Hmm.
out there. And so that was a cool experience to just be on my first gaming event. It was really chill and really nice people, so that was a cool experience. But that's not like a Mandragora thing, it's my self insert of what I did that no one
That's
cares
cool.
about.
It's cute.
So here's another personal fun fact. My dad actually bought the game and played it,
Oh.
and he bought it on both Xbox and PlayStation. So I don't know how far he got in the game, but I know he also played it. So I asked him to tell me his build once he's done.
Damn.
Oh, you know what? What else? This is not like that much of a fun fact about the game itself, but about the marketing surrounding it
Hmm.
was the event like at Gamescom when I was outside. We had this huge Matron Layla wolf statue, like front half of the statue,
Oh, yeah.
and it was like this is a lesson I learned for public events and like crowd management. People see something like that, they will always come take pictures.
Mm-hmm.
And no matter how many signs you put out that says don't touch it, don't go up to it, don't step over this line, it
They're gonna
doesn't
do it.
matter. People are gonna not see it, go there, touch it, grab it, hang from it, whatever, take pictures. And like, we were out at the event and we were looking for a print office on the venue to see can we print more do not touch signs anywhere, please. And we like found a service like office, and we just can you just open a Microsoft Word document and just no design, just say do not touch. Make it as big as it fits on the paper and print like 10 copies, please. And we had to like run real time every day to the print to get more signs of don't touch it. People still touched it, but
Just like,
eventually we were like whatever. Because we didn't know like it's expensive first of all. Second of all, we don't know like how much it can take before it like falls
mm-hmm.
apart. And when we were seeing a kid like hanging from it, grabbing it with his hands and almost like literally full weight just hanging, we almost got like a heart attack of this thing is gonna like rip in half in a second. Oh my god. And then you have to deal with parents that look at you weird because like, why are you like yelling at my kid?
Because tomorrow's run is gonna be for super glue, not a paper saying do not touch.
Yeah, that statue was super expensive, so we had to guard it. Like we were eventually like with the event people, we agreed that somebody's always gonna be on wolf duty, which means like you stand there 24/7. Well, not 24/7.
Yeah,
You
yeah,
stand
for
there
your
for
shift.
however many hours and just send people away. Like they get too close, you just like no.
No.
Someone always had to be there.
Uh,
So that's just a fun fact about public behavior in public events.
that was fun.
It's funny because every time I go outside, there's fun things happening, which like is like once every 2 years.
You
So
still
every
have
2 years I have
to come
one
visit
story.
this year.
Yeah, true. Maybe September.
We'll see.
Okay, I think I ran out of fun facts that I can think of from the top of my head.
Okay. Now for the sad facts.
Sad facts. All the features we scrapped and had countless of hours of work in.
Hmm.
I'm trying to think. Like, there's so many more, but my brain just does not function at 4 a.m.
Oh my, how is it 4 a.m. too? Like, we talk about time in like a calendar type of way, like date more than time, but the time part today, oh my god. How has it been 5 hours of stream, dude?
We pulled our rift apart again.
We cannot, we cannot be put together.
Yeah, I think we need to practice this, and we need some manager or like
Yeah,
person.
you don't want me on Shark Game.
Oh, but I do. Yeah, like every half hour interview with you is like 4 hours of valuable feedback, and also like you with me. So we are the same. We are the same picture.
I mean, that's literally my thumbnail on when you were here.
Oh yeah, I remember that.
Uh, that was
So yeah,
fun.
closing words about Mandragora. Really fun to work with the team, and
Hmm.
everybody was super nice. And game's cool. I'm happy with it in
Hmm.
its current state. It's like good, and seems like the public consensus is getting closer to that as well, which I'm happy about.
Yeah. I'm also
And
happy about, sorry,
yeah, go ahead.
having waited a month or so before playing it, because I know it's probably more on like the publishing side than the developing side, and like agreements and like deadlines and whatever, and like you knew probably, like, I don't know if you can confirm or deny, but like some of the issues that players brought up and that made them leave negative reviews, like it's not just like a minor dislike, it's like a something wrong enough to make you like write a thing and leave a thumbs down on a game, you know, that you have bought and so on, or even like ask for a refund, etc. um like I have not experienced like any of those points that were like game breakers for people, you know. So I'm glad that you've been able to patch those things out, and hopefully like that also means that more things, and you've mentioned like patches coming in the future, but like more things get fixed and more people like give it another try and see that the the studio is listening to feedback. And I mean, you will see there's some points of frustration throughout the playthrough and whatever, and that's like, obviously it's not a perfect game, obviously there's things that are not super up my alley, there's things that, you know, I'm not super engaged with or whatever. I just play the game with like whatever build, without planning too much or without thinking about like other potential builds in the future. But still, like, it was after the fall damage reduction, it was after some adjustments in experience, it was out on grinding, it was after the final checkpoint before the final boss, it was after, you know, the final boss tweaks, it was after the Eula the thing went away. Um, Again, I know probably like the release date was set and had to come out like that, and a lot of, or some of these things you already knew. Um, but thankfully, like, you could sort them pretty quickly after, and in the personal department, I only got to experience the game like once that was done.
Yeah, the follow up after launch, especially like with the fixes and everything, is uh, probably a lot of developers say this, but we take your feedback to heart and we appreciate it. Like, I just want to say, like, a lot of times when somebody leaves a comment or a forum post or a Discord like feedback message, like you can submit feedback on the Discord channel and stuff. Like we had so many like conversations very quickly after feedback came. Like somebody writes a review, mentions an issue, and like maybe in half an hour, you're already talking about it with the team and working out solutions and everything. And so if it takes weeks to implement, you know, you always like from the outside, you're like,
They're doing nothing.
multiple. Yeah, it's like, why did it take you 2 weeks to reduce whatever, like this number? And it's not that it takes that long, it's that we see the feedback immediately, want to action on it immediately, and we move as fast as we can. But you need to make sure that whatever we change does not break anything.
Mhm.
And that is like a hidden extra, like a lot of extra time basically. Like just add another checkpoint, you know, like just an example, like there were places in the level that in some levels that we know did not have enough checkpoints, or like some areas where they were really scarce and they were
Fucking
like difficult.
woods have 0.
Yeah, and it's like we also wanted to add to those things, but there's so many things that adding a checkpoint comes with that, you know, players might not think about, and it's not their job to think about this. It's our job, but this is just to say like it might take long because it has every checkpoint has a name that's a localizable text. Now you have to send it, translate it to 14 languages, have to wait for translation studios to get to your game and your contract again, send it back, implement, then regression tests. Like if somebody explored the area but didn't unlock the checkpoint, what happens? If somebody like is standing next to it and they load the game in like that, what happens? It's you have to add it to a bunch of lists of checkpoints in game, achievement trackers, like a bunch of things. And so like we could add the checkpoint in 5 minutes. I know, and we want to, and we probably do. But then it's just a whole process of implementing it and making sure it all works is what takes a long time. So this is just general like insider knowledge that I now know, is that a lot of games too I'm now more patient on because I understand like what it takes behind the scenes. And so when I'm like, I was specifically impatient about some changes to be fixed in like some specific games that came out recently. And I was like, it's been 3 weeks since launch and 2 months since launch, and there's still these issues. But I understand the devs are probably, they know and they're on it already. It's just, it takes a while to implement that. So that's it's not a fun fact, but it's like
They're working. The
kind of an
hidden side.
explanation of, yeah, like any player you guys like players provide is we read it, almost immediately see it, talk about it, find out solutions if it's something that we think is actionable.
Get his
And
feedback.
you know,
right?
we go as fast as we can with implementation. It's just fast as we can is still not instant, unfortunately, and we
Yeah.
wish it was.
I don't remember the exact anecdote, but I remember them mentioning it several times. I think it was during Little Big Planet's development or something. Um, they got, or actually, I think they released the game. It was either during a like a testing phase, or right after release. They got like reports of people, I think, in Japan, like where their PS3s, um, just like froze completely, or like reset, or like it was like a system crushing, level of issue. And I hate that I don't remember the exact um, anecdote, but I'm pretty sure it was in a Mini Molecule stream. And several of them mentioned it. Because it was like the curiosity, like the fun fact of like what's game design like, or game development like, or like QA like. And apparently, like, was it with Miyamaki or was it with no? Ah, I'm even less sure of where I've heard it, but basically, like, they had all these reports of the console having problems with the game, and it was like, we've tested this, we're trying to replicate this, we cannot, like, it doesn't happen to us, until they like got several feedback, like tickets or information or bug reports that mentioned that they had a PlayStation camera plugged in, and it was some weird interaction with the camera that made, oh, I think it was Little Big Planet, because you can take pictures with PS3, whatever the fuck the name was, the Eye or whatever. So I think it was that. Like, even if you weren't using the feature to take pictures, if you had it plugged in, there was something that broke, and then that was causing the issue. But most of the bug reports did not mention the camera because they were not using the camera, they just had it plugged in, and then like something happened with that. And it was like, it's the most like weirdest, wildest thing that you wouldn't think of in 1,000 years. Like, it's like, oh, if you have like a USB keyboard attached, it just breaks completely on console, you know?
Yeah, and it makes you understand why, like, some kind of internal QA might not have caught it, because like, who thinks of that? But that reminds me of, like, I have my new GPU, and my computer cannot boot if I have a monitor plugged in that is already powered. So I have to turn off my monitor every time I shut off the computer. And then in the morning when I turn it on, I turn on the PC first and then the monitor, because the entire computer does not boot into BIOS if it's plugged in. And it's a hardware
Why?
thing on the GPU side. I don't know what causes it, but like, yeah, I would never have thought this is an issue that can happen, but apparently it's a thing.
Is that a
And I don't want to
known
go through
thing?
like the whole hassle of warranty, send it to whatever, then what do I use until then? Like my old GPU. I was like, it's fine. I'll just turn off my monitor.
Because it saves
And now it's a
energy.
habit.
It's just
Like
like,
it's
yeah.
automatic. Yeah, I convinced myself with that. It's economic,
It's environmentally friendly and economic too. It's just, I guess, like the restriction of order in which you power things on. It's like, what? Why?
Yeah, I never would have thought this can be an issue, but it's probably some kind of like generational gap between my motherboard and GPU or something, not getting powered correctly, or
You
some
have a
kind of PCIe.
50, right? Series?
Yeah. Well, the 50 series is a special case, just in and of itself. But at least I didn't get the more broken 50 series cards that are higher end.
The ones that burn, that melt.
Yeah. It's thermal throttling, Limit performance by burning the cable.
I mean, it's like the torque limiting wrenches that break when you
yeah.
exceed the torque, and it's like, well, you exceeded it. Now you know. Hope you didn't want to use that again.
Yeah, it's the AI flame generation. Sorry, I meant frame generation. It's NVIDIA's new technology.
Can generate hallucinated frames with a powered on black monitor. That's like breaking it.
Yeah, I don't know how that one got through, but it's probably one specific combination in the rest of my computer that they didn't test for, because
There's
I would use a
infinite
50 series card on a motherboard from like 8 years ago, So I just chalked it up as that's my fault. It will get fixed when I update my motherboard.
One of these days.
But yeah, anyway, it's the analogy. My stupidest analogy is like for the whole fixing bugs in time. You know, like how long it takes is players say, "I want a burger," and we immediately go to the grocery store and buy, the materials. But it needs time to cook, so we do what we
Totally.
can right away. But then it
I
just needs
totally
time.
thought that you would say.
No pickles.
Mm-hmm. Um, and don't tell me, like, tell me if this is not an even better analogy. Like, the player sees the burger and is like, okay, I want this with no pickles, and like, or sees the bag that there's pickles and it's like, no pickles, and you can just like do it fast and just there might be some still hidden between other ingredients, or you can like actually either do it again and make sure that there's no trace, or like take them all out but there's still like the juice contamination.
Oh yeah, I hate that part. Yeah, it's more like if somebody needs to remove the pickles, we just rather remake the whole burger and take that extra time. That doesn't mean like we rework our systems. It's just if you just take out like the one thing, you have to make sure nothing else breaks because maybe
Mhm.
removing the pickles removes the cheese, and it's like, okay, that was unintended.
Yeah, or like removing
We
the
want to catch that.
pickles leaves the stain on the cheese, and it's like, okay, now we also have to like put fresh cheese.
Yeah, that's a better analogy of adjacent systems have to be checked, and sometimes totally unadjacent systems like removing the pickles makes the table disappear. It's like, who would have thought that could happen?
Removing the pickles makes Chike disappear from the table. It's like,
What? Why is Chike on the table?
hi Chike in the future, by the way. Hope you're sleeping really well. Anyways, do you wanna add anything after the pickles metaphor?
No, I think everything I do should categorically end with pickles. Just mic drop. Just like I'm gone.
Real?
No, but like I said most things that I could think of,
Hmm.
but this isn't even like half of the all the background things that are interesting. I find interesting, and then no one else cares about. So probably this was enough. I worked on a few more like minor things, but like one person's influence reaches into a lot of areas, so no point in listing everything.
Hmm. Just wanted to check. Is that someone that worked in Primal, or like the in memory of?
Yeah, I think it was like this was all like lore from before I joined,
Hmm.
but I think it was a close relative of someone on the team currently.
Game design and additional level design, sorry.
Yeah, I've also worked on on the water monster in the whole lakeside village, like haunted house, like the other one, the angry water boy.
Trying to think. Sorry I interrupted the thing I asked about, but you cannot stop the credits. Um but yeah, so a close relative of someone who was already like a thing before you joined.
Yeah, like on the team. I think the person might be on the team already, whom that was a close person to. But like all of that happened before I joined, so
Gotcha.
I didn't know anyone involved in that. I just like saw the dedication thing.
Gotcha. That's fucking drowning gets me every time, dude.
Yeah, usually drowning gets people.
Yep.
Of course, the witch knew she had to surface to breathe.
Try as she might, which could not breathe underwater.
Isn't that like an actual witch trial thing? Something like they'll sink and cleany people will float to the top or something.
No, I think they were more like trial by fire, but
I mean, those two, yeah. There were a lot of kinds. Man, people were fucked up.
but anyway, yeah, unless you have anything last second, I think we can end here. We can go the fuck to bed because, like, how is it 4 a.m.?
Yep, nothing else really. Just thanks for playing the game again and allocating time for some chit chat about the game and stuff and about adjacent and not so adjacent topics, but that's just part of our job.
No, absolutely. Thank you for your time and for the chat and yeah, for always like, I mean, being available for some dev talk, but also some friendly gaming from time to time. And on that note, we have some co-op-ing to do with.
Yeah, just let me know and I'll get you Team Sonic Racing.
That's not co-op.
It is kind of. You can play the whole single player in co-op,
Okay.
and it's much better that way. Oh my god.
Okay.
Anyway, I just the whole reason I got into that was the new Sonic Racing games coming out in like 3 months, and
yeah, with Hatsune Miku.
I had to scratch that itch until then because kart racing, like you playing CTR, I was like, is there
Yeah,
something I
sorry,
can play?
I gave you the itch.
You just like reminded me of it because I always wanted it, but
Well,
couldn't.
it's funny though, because like CTR just passed 10 million sold copies, and it's like, come on.
It's weird that they announced that now.
Yeah, not because there's a plumber karting game at all coming out.
Oh yeah, I also saw the Mario movie like last week.
Oh,
Also, why am I talking about this? Let's go to bed. We just gotta talk more often,
no, it
like
is.
outside of streams.
But yeah, no, the point is that we do have Biped bought, and we should totally play that.
Yeah.
Also, I don't know if you saw, but on the topic of devs changing things and indies specifically, well, Rivertales Stronger Together that we played together got updated, and like there was a new screen for achievement tracking, and it was still kind of broken. Like a lot of them were question mark when I already had them, or were with the icons still blacked out. But it did unlock the last achievement that we did but didn't unlock. So that's also something that, like, it's an achievement that doesn't pop, just like fix it lol, but then like there's so much going on behind the scenes, and then like also making a new tracking screen that is also like involving every collectible in the game, like everything that's happening, and then like connecting to, I guess, like the Steam systems for achievements or whatever. It's definitely not easy. And also I think they were working on the Switch version of the game, and they're like a small studio, Kiranian I think it was, and they were super sweet on, like, I sent an email with reporting the bug for the achievement and also the VSync thing that we could fix for the jump pads. So yeah, they're like, I feel like it's also easier to empathize and be patient with indie devs because like the communication is closer, the attention to player feedback is also like more direct. You talk directly with the devs. Um, there are like a few people involved with a project, and it's usually like a passion project, and they are like closely involved with it. If it's like a AAA studio where like after the game they like half the studio gets laid off and like everything gets super PR talked because like everything goes through 20 layers of like board meetings and management like echelons and whatever. It's like, and also like they have billions in budgets. It's like you should be able to fix this like way quicker. And also I'm talking with an AI chatbot that replies to my ticket with, "We really appreciate you. We'll never contact again."
Yeah. I mean, I understand it from the perspective of on a larger game you get so many tickets.
That's true.
You need like 200 people just replying and processing.
Yeah,
But
probably
like,
you get more people.
funnily enough, like the bigger a game is and the more money they have, the slower everything moves. Because more money means more approvals needed to make sure the money doesn't get wasted or gets whatever returns. And then you back yourself into a corner where you're so immobile that like nothing gets done.
But yeah. In any case, I really enjoyed Mandragora, like in general. I guess you can check the VODs for things that I enjoyed the most, that I was like excited for, that I loved. I think like the story is nothing revolutionary, nothing super surprising, like to be expected that the King Priest was evil since the start, because like, come on. That the witch was not like the source of all evil. There was a couple of inconsistencies that I wanna check back when I highlight, because we were talking with Chike at the end of the game that they talked like Mandragora was away for so long. And in theory they just captured her. Because like your friend says that there was someone injured from capturing the witch, and then like you went and killed her and whatever, and it's like, okay, then why are the witches saying like Mandragora has been gone for a long time and they can't patch the rift, and it's just a sleepwalker keeping it at bay and whatever. I don't know. There might be some explanation, but I don't remember the start of the game too well right now.
Yeah, I think there was some lore about like Mandragora versus the Archmages, like ancient battles between the witches and the Archmages, and something happened then, and since then people were carrying Mandragora's like spirit, and like that refers to like her being gone.
Yeah, but
I don't
like
remember exactly either.
the Inquisitor kills Mandragora, right? Like, and that is a witch.
Oh no, that was just a witch who had her like spirit as well, like was carrying it.
Oh. Okay.
It was like one of the witches from like the coven, maybe. I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know who that witch specifically was.
I thought that was just like Mandragora.
No, I don't think that was, because Mandragora has like this whole setup of like gun for centuries probably and stuff.
Yeah. That's why it didn't match with like that witch has just been captured. So if that witch is Mandragora, like she was, free before recent capture.
Yeah, I'm not sure about like the exact lore. I spent way too much time just skipping everything because I had to test the game.
That's fine. That's fine.
But like we have fan wikis and stuff already
True.
by the community, which is crazy. And maybe I can read from other players of how the game I worked on works.
So yeah, but I guess like the focus is not too much on the story, or it's just more like serviceable to have like some story beats and then like some background for the world building and the characters to interact and so on, and then like have some objectives and fights. And then the combat, at least for the Vanguard, with the bleed and the heal and the synergies. I really enjoyed that. I also enjoyed combining it with like Chaos Beam and trying other abilities. Um, and you know, the exploring the map and um, learning the bosses and defeating them and so on. That's always satisfying. Um, except the marionettes, I guess. Um, and yeah, I didn't feel like the game was too hard. Like some of the bosses were like first or second try. Um, but then again, like the build was also pretty good synergy. Like being able to overheal poison sometimes or bleed. And especially like after the revive and the damage gets converted into damage over time. Those are like crazy improvements. But yeah, in general, like I really enjoyed the game. And there's like proof of my first time playing with my excitement, my like struggles, my um feeling of like overcoming obstacles and feeling satisfied. It's flushed emoji again. And also like things that I did and didn't like, and when I had more and less fun, etc. So if that helps at all, for someone working on the game, um, that's all I can ask for. And I guess for the general public, if it works like to entertain you and to keep company if you're doing something else, or to have in the background or on the foreground, I really hope that someone has enjoyed this and liked it. And yeah, hope like, you know, give it a try if you haven't, if you didn't know the game, and now you have gotten to know one of the devs a bit more, and hopefully, um, you know, Zello is a regular here in the channel, so we love him, and and always hope to have him around some more. So yeah, if you just like Zell, well, go subscribe to his channel, but also you might find him.
Why? No, there's no content.
You might find him in here, some more. Also, there's a playlist with everything I've done with Zell. It's one of my best playlists
Oh, is that everything we've done?
in public, on camera.
On this website, sure. But on
Yes.
other streaming services.
Yeah. I was gonna say that one of my best playlists, probably up there tied with my playlist of VODs with Chike.
Oh, I also have to catch up on those. Good thing you mentioned.
Also,
I've never seen her play Crash 4 still.
next week we might continue that.
Oh, that would be cool.
Let's see how that works out. But yeah, anyway, before being here for another fucking hour, thank you so much to everyone that's been watching the series or that has watched this VOD, because it was a special epilogue. Hope you enjoyed, hope you had some fun, hope you learned something, hope you found the dev talk interesting. Hope I didn't leave any questions that you wanted to ask, like out, because I didn't prepare the interview. It was more like a chit chat with a friend, and also like about how the game went, etc. Like some insight behind the scenes. Yeah, hopefully that was interesting. Hopefully, like, the point of getting all achievements at the start was also interesting, with some old tips and tricks too for that. Again, yeah, the achievements, you know how it is. Like, most of them are fine, but those final grindy ones, and it's not even the level 101 that like I just saved. Like, I got to level 103 by the end, but I'm wasting essence because like every colossal coalesced essence was like 5k down the drain. And I had 7 of them, so it's 35k. Couldn't level up again because I think, do I have 15? It was 52. I don't know. Well, it might have been like another level that I could have gone up. So yeah. But yeah, if you think about it, like, I just lost. It's like having 35k essence, dying, and then dying again without recovering it. But yeah, anyway, I'm getting sidetracked. Thank you everyone for watching, and thank you so much, Zell, for your time, for staying up so late on a Friday. I don't know how it got here. I totally thought it would be like a couple hours and then you to bed. But really, really thankful for everything, for your time and for your insights and for your fun facts and for being amazing as always. And yeah, hope to have you around sometime.
Oh yeah, this is always my pleasure. It's a fun time always hanging out here, so we should hang out more.
We should. I'll keep bugging you as much as I can. And yeah, I mean, next time it might be a voice chat because we're playing a game Zell has made, or it might be playing a co-op game with Zell over voice chat, or we can only wish it might be with Zell back here on the same room, playing something together, or playing with each other. Anyway, thank you, Zella. Thank you again.
Yeah, well, thanks for having me.
And I'll see everyone on the next one. Good. Bye.
Bye.
Wait, one final drown. All right. Bye.